but hopefully as long as he doesn't stand too much, we should be able to get the better of him before he kills us. So at this stage I was a little bit worried, because one of the main problems we have in this game is that there's definitely a decent amount of battles that are back-to-back and that you can heal in between. And so when you're doing attack only, that's of course a massive problem. And so I was thinking, okay, I have to try and beat Cypher here, and then I have an Idea battle to finish off this one, and she has 7,000 HP at her level. So I thought this could be a big problem, because I need to get through this guy with as much HP as possible, but I pretty much can't do that because they almost trade turns 1-for-1 here, and he's doing way too much damage for me to come into the second fight healthy. And so I was starting to get a little bit more worried about the back-to-back nature here and how I was going to see through that. But I thought, let's just do things one at a time here. Let's just get through Cypher and see how things are going to look against Idea. So almost there now. There we go. And so he loses, and it's time for us to get ready for the final battle of Disc 1. If we can make it through this one, we have officially gone through quite a big milestone in this challenge. So let's see how it goes. First of all, I was like, am I going to heal between these battles or not? The answer is no. So Small is on his own here, but then Noah and Irvine join in. But he's only got 400 HP left, and I know that Idea has powerful spells. So already, I was thinking, this could be a problem. But then I realized something pretty important. Most of you guys watching will already know this, but at this moment of recording this, I had forgotten exactly how this worked. The idea is that you cannot lose this battle against Idea. So you can beat her to get additional AP points, but there is no way to get a game over from this fight. So at the time, I wasn't aware when I was first recording it, and so I was really panicked at this stage thinking, yeah, there's no way I can get through this battle. But as luck would have it, the game threw me a bone here, and didn't necessitate that I win in order to get through. So that was pretty funny. Like one of the first battles where I was truly thinking, yeah, there's just no way I can get through this. Turns out there is a way, because it's already scripted for you to get through. So I'm showing you guys in the back anyway, but basically you cannot win this fight in terms of getting to the game. And so that was a huge relief. And with that, I was able to complete the first bit of the game with attack only and zero jump. So already that was pretty good progress for me. I was thinking, can I finish this one without having to start relaxing some of the restrictions and stuff? But we were still alive and the challenge was still going. So I was very excited to continue. And continue on, I did, to Disc 2. So without much further ado, let's continue on and see what I did next, because Disc 2 is where things start to get really quite radical. You're going to see some pretty extreme stuff happening as I try to make my way through with this challenge and see how far I can get. So let's move ahead to Disc 2. So for Disc 2, things kick off with Laguna in Windhill. So I'm not going to show too much from the Laguna section, but I will show something of an outtake, which was something that caught me off guard, because once we transition over into the Laguna part of the game and a new disc, I was like, surely the HP is going to reset, and I did not look at my HP at all. And so as a result, like, I instantly got clapped, and I died because Laguna obviously had 57 HP from what Spall had in the previous disc. So that's a bit cruel. There are times in the game where the game automatically heals all of your HP. For some reason, this was not one of them, even though I did. And so, aside from that kind of silly first attempt, I was generally able to get through. So again, you can see in the background Laguna kicking some ass. Maybe if you're unlucky, especially when he's by himself, you could potentially run into a little bit of trouble, like depending if you get sticky webbed very early, some stuff happens. But I do think, as long as he's basically close to full HP, he's strong enough to take this on by himself, and even so, he doesn't really have to get into many encounters before he defeats Kyros and continue on. The Windhill section of Laguna, I'm not going to get into it too much because there's plenty more interesting things ahead. Just from the footage that I'm showing you guys, that he was perfectly fine with Kyros to make his way through. So we did that, and we're able to continue the story. So in general, the Laguna sections have been relatively easy. I've not encountered anything yet as Laguna that would have caused me trouble, so that might change in the future, but for now the Laguna sections are pretty smooth sailing. So let's head back to Squall and the gang. Once the Laguna sequence is over, we return back to real time, and Zell finds himself in Galbadia prison. And this fight is one in which he is alone in a fight against the two soldiers. And once again, any time where it's kind of a single character, I'm always a bit more wary. We have level scaling and that kind of thing, so I thought maybe this is going to be a problem, but let's see how Zell handles himself when he's on his own. Thankfully, you can tell very early on that they're not particularly strong, and so Zell is more than capable of taking these guys on by himself. Now, there are different level caps. Sometimes you fight these guys and they're uncapped, sometimes they are capped, and sometimes even though they look the same, there's kind of different variants of them that relative to their level are stronger or not. And so these guys are thankfully like the weaker versions, so we didn't have too much trouble here. So Zell is able to win that first fight and get our items back for us, which is going to be obviously essential in being able to continue with the story. And so once the party is reunited, it's time to face off against Biggs and Wedge for the second time. Now, this battle is going to play out a little bit differently to how it did the first time we met them. Right back at the start of this series, we basically needed to just get through them as quickly as possible by taking as little damage as possible to give ourselves a chance against Alvarez. So there was never any fear of losing against them, but this time that could be quite different. And so what you're going to notice is that they're not doing like super damage here, but it could have been worse. So especially for Biggs, we are facing the lower level variants of his. So they cap out at level 22, and if it's that variant, he has 2,235 HP and 41 strength, which is quite high. But if you face the lower level variant, so my party was a 20 average, and that meant I could face him at level 16 as well, there's a 50-50 chance. He only has 1,939 HP, which is 300 less. But, more importantly, potentially, he has 9 less strength. He only has 32 strength. And so the difference in real terms here is that when he's at the higher level variant, he's doing anywhere from about 50 to 70 more damage with his sort of Gatling gun type attack. And given that this battle isn't super short, that can add up quite fast. And so especially for this fight, I think I needed to really encounter the lower level variants to make sure I had a chance of getting through. So I did try the first time, I was unlucky, I got the higher level variants, and that ended with a game over. But this one was the lower level variants. This time I definitely had a much better chance of being able to make it. So definitely due to like the cap being higher, and them having quite a favourable scale, like in terms of strength and stuff, it could have been quite problematic. So once again, I went for Wedge first, and thankfully managed to get through, because he's the kind of guy where if he's low on HP, the first attempt that I had, he starts to do these like desperation hits and do a ton of damage, and so they were doing 300 damage in my first attempt. Thankfully in the second one he didn't do that. That's generally how it played out, so it looked easier than it was, I would say. The first attempt we got pretty much destroyed. Like, it started off quite well, but we got wrecked quite badly. The second attempt, thankfully, managed to get through. Like, Zell literally basically has full HP here, and everyone is still alive. So yeah, I'm not going to show the entire fight from here on, you get the point, but Biggs and Wedge were definitely tougher the second time round, and realistically I needed to fight the lower level variants in order to give myself the best chance of winning. But thankfully win I did, and we were able to begin our attempt to escape from Galbadia prison. Now what I will show you guys is some of the encounters here. Once again, you're going to be dealing mostly with soldiers, and as I've been saying all along, one thing I am allowing myself to do in this challenge is to escape random encounters when I want to. I have previously mentioned that in general, this game is one that doesn't really have too much in the way of like treasure chests and important items to pick up that are missable and that kind of stuff. But this place was actually a little bit of an exception. So I did have a guide up while I was playing through this bit, and I noticed that on the second floor, if you're willing to go down that far, you get something called a strength up. And so as the name would suggest, it's an item that you can use in the menu, and it gives you a permanent +1 strength increase to one of your characters. And so obviously this is a brilliant way to massively increase strength and do more damage in an attack-only challenge. And yes, of course, I did research how many of these can I obtain in the game, where can I get them from, can I farm them, and all of that kind of stuff. Now, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that basically with the restrictions that I have, where I'm not allowing junctioning and any of that type of stuff, there are very few opportunities to get any of these free upgrade items throughout the game. Basically finding them out in the field or getting them from bosses as a prize is very rare, and so it's not going to be like an absolutely huge game changer to be able to get these extra strength ups and HP ups or any of that kind of stuff. So that's the bad news, so you're not going to be really seeing them too often, but they will pop up sometimes, and when they do, I'm almost certainly going to be using them on Squall, I think, because he's the one that can do the consistent 150% damage, and he's going to be the most present out of the characters, so I feel like he's the smartest choice to use for strength up. Now, aside from the strength up, the enemies that you face here in terms of like monsters, this guy can drop stuff like steel pipe and steel ball. So that's why that was definitely something that I tried to do a few times to collect a few more items that would help me with future weapon upgrades. Another encounter I'm going to show you guys here is this particular one. I'm not sure of the exact acronym I keep getting it, but basically this kind of mechanical enemy here. This guy can also drop new items that can be used for weapon upgrade purposes later on as well. I would say the Wendigo and this guy are probably worth fighting as you try to make your way out of Galvania prison in order to get some more items that can be useful to you later on. So those are like important encounters, and other than those two I think, and the strength up, that's the main thing I wanted to show you guys. Now I have to say this bit was quite the slog if you're running away from a lot of the encounters, but eventually I did make it up to the floor where Squall was, and I was able to continue the story with those guys. So after some more story shenanigans, we do get to change the party a little bit here as well. So I kept Renoa and Squall together, and I decided to have Zell join them because he was the most powerful of the characters that were left. I know that that would alter the level scaling a little bit. Obviously we have a higher average party, but I figured Renoa is there at level 15, so she might help to balance things out a little bit more. And well, Renoa is so disproportionately powerful in this challenge, which is really great, and it will be a factor later. That I definitely obviously need to keep her around as much as I can in battles. She's great because it's all about like level to power ratio, and she is by far the best when it comes to that. Like at level 15, she can do as much damage as her peers at like level 25, depending on what they have, or level 30 or something like that. And so that kind of power is very beneficial to her. Alongside that party, our secondary party here is Selphie, Irvine, and Quistis. Those guys are not as powerful as our primary one, but they do have a lower average level, and so the enemies are going to scale more favorably towards them as well. And so those guys as well, there was no problem, especially on any kind of 3-on-1 battle or 3-on-2 or anything like that. There was nothing much to report from them either. We just need to get out of this place and continue the journey. And so, despite it being quite a strong Gal to this point, we got almost out of Galvania prison, and then we faced this fourth encounter. Now, this fourth encounter was terrible because these two mechs here, they are uncapped, and they scale alongside the party. Now, putting Zell here, because he's relatively high level compared to the rest of the party, was potentially a bad call, and I did not see this particular encounter coming. And as you can see, they hit relatively hard. Now there's two of them, plus a higher level soldier as well. And so this could be quite problematic. He casts Aura on one of them, which is not good. It makes it even more of a threat here. Let's see if we can take them out, because the levels here are quite problematic. So for reference here, at level 25, they have 3,087 HP each. They have 46 strength, and they have 31 magic. And so you can see that AoE effect attack is problematic as well. And suddenly, when everything was looking pretty easy, I was like, hold on a minute, this is bad. Now he's casting Protect on it as well, which gives me even less chance of winning. And so pretty quickly, I shut everything down, and I was like, okay, this was not the start we needed. I need to take out the soldier as quickly as possible before he gets those buffs on the mechs. And so I immediately gave it another go, this time targeting the soldier in the main. And so yes, this battle actually ended up being the hardest one that I've had in quite some time, because those two enemies and their scaling was pretty difficult, and once again, by the time I took out the soldier in the middle, I was taking a lot of damage, and there was potential buffs that they were getting before I was able to do anything. And so it was quite a struggle. And I thought to myself, maybe this is a point in which I'm going to get quite significantly stuck. And I can't really wriggle my way out of it potentially because I can't increase my levels any further. So I thought maybe this could be a bit of a win. So this meltdown on Brunella was pretty nasty. She doesn't exactly have a huge amount of HP to start with, and so a boost like meltdown is definitely not good. But thankfully its allies are staying pretty still, as you see, and they've got no attacks in. And so we took the soldier out first there, and we managed to do it without the allies getting any reason. So this was a really good start. We had been hit with a meltdown, but I thought this is something that I just kind of have to deal with. She's probably going to die sooner than Small and Zell anyway. So yeah, it's time to set to work on these guys and see if I can get the job done before they took me out. And so now, I think because this battle takes quite some time, and it starts to become relevant for battles at this level, I think it's time for me to share with you guys what I've learned about the whole turn skipping situation and what seems to be happening in this game. It truly baffled me. You are going to see battles coming up, and that's why I think it's important for you guys to generally understand things in advance. Like if like me, you're coming into the game as more of a casual, and it's not something you really notice before, because it can really quite wildly vary how a battle plays out. So basically, how a battle plays out. So basically, in a nutshell, the situation that I have observed is that depending on which enemies you're facing, and this is the vast majority of them, by the way, there is basically a chance that when their ATB fills, they do nothing. And so the way that I kind of objectively observe this is that when I play alongside a cheat table, and this enables me to obviously do a lot of things very quickly, and to save grinding time. It's a huge quality of life improvement for my playthrough. But what I noticed that the cheat table has is basically like a live feed of what the enemy's ATB is doing. And it's represented by numbers. Now, when I'm recording, I record the game, and I don't do like the entire screen record, like the numbers and stuff are very small, it doesn't work very well for it. But I do have a phone recording of the ATBs, and you can see what it looks like. It's not the best recording in the world, but it should give you an idea of what's happening. And basically, with the ATB speed and stuff that I have right now, 8,000 is a number which a party member or an enemy needs to hit in order to have a full ATB and to choose a move. So what will happen, like observing as I play the game, is that basically the ATB will continue to increase in increments, and once it hits 8,000, the ATB should stop because it begins a turn, like it takes a turn and it does some kind of animation, and whether it's like a basic attack animation or it's a spell, something like that, the ATB will freeze at 8,000 for say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, and then it will start to cycle again. But what I noticed fighting against a lot of enemies is that there are times when, let's say the ATB gets like 7,500 and the next thing should be 8,000. It basically bypasses it and starts back from the beginning. It goes to like 7,500 and then say 689 will be the next number that you see. And that's basically a skip because it's reached 8,000, it's decided not to do anything, and it's continued like this next turn. Now, if you ask me why this has happened, I have absolutely no idea. I found no explanation of this. I found no kind of analysis of this. I literally went through the Japanese Ultimania. I never found anything about it. I've checked everything that I can check, and there is no like objective information about why this happened. And so my immediate concern was like, is this some kind of very weird version bug, and it's not repeatable, as you see right here. And part of the reason I didn't think that's right is because it is going to be such. And so I'll continue to explain this, but show you guys what happened for the rest of it. And so at this stage, I was thinking to myself, what is going on here? Is this like the Steam version? Is it some kind of bug when, for whatever reason, sometimes the ATB almost like misses and there's some kind of element where it doesn't click, like it misses the full bar and it starts to rotate around. And so my first thing was to ask a friend of mine and a moderator on the channel and a huge fan advocate that. Sykes on the channel, you can see him say hi. He was a huge help for this challenge. Because from basically like this session onwards or the session after this, things started to get really interesting. I was really happy to see and learn more about the game and understand like this turn, skipping, all this kind of stuff. And Sykes has been an invaluable help with the playthrough. So lots of love for him on this one. I basically asked him to see if he can check on his version of the game whether he was implement skipping as well. And so he has a PS4 remaster version. And so it's a different enough version where I thought if he's seeing the same thing too, then at least I can conclude quite safely that it's not some kind of bug that's version. And thankfully, he basically tested it as well. And he said that I could definitely observe the characters in concern. And one of the ways in which we did this was to basically just go into a battle that then against a very basic enemy like a soldier, just a single soldier, and basically time how long it takes to move and check the things that he is doing. And we very quickly started to notice that you can sit in a battle and wait most of the time an enemy will at some point skip. And so what happens is, let's say, I don't know, if you average it all out, an enemy takes a turn every 4 seconds. There will be times when an enemy takes a turn every 12 seconds for some reason. And it was something that Mike also proved the case on the PS4 version as well. And so to me this was really baffling. It's basically the only way I can explain it is like there is RNG when the enemy and it seems to decide whether it wants to take a turn or not. I've tried to influence this, so my first thought obviously was like, is there a certain attack timing where if you time it just when it's about to hit a PCB, or some kind of setup, some kind of arrangement, some kind of safety effect, whatever it might be. But I could not find a way to influence this particular thing. And so it really was rather baffling to me. And so sometimes, depending on how many skips happen, I've seen enemies skip as many as 7 or 8 times in a row. And so you can imagine if that happens, if every single skip, if you're trading turns 1 for 1 with the party, you you can imagine what's going to happen if an enemy chooses to skip 6 or 7 times. And so you will observe in this series that there have been times, and there will be times, where you get a disproportionate amount of attacks compared to what you said. And so what I did was basically use what's known as the Ultimania and some item guide to basically run the numbers and calculate how long it should take for an enemy to take an action. And so not only did it work theoretically, it also worked in practice. So I plugged all those numbers in, like the speed stat, ticks, ATB, all of this kind of stuff. And for example, I ended up with something like the Adamantoid should get a turn every 3.6 seconds. And in general, when the Adamantoid doesn't skip, yes indeed, it's every 3.6 seconds. But because of the skipping, sometimes 3.6 seconds can become 15 seconds if it just decides to skip 4 times in a row. And there is no pattern that I've managed to find in terms of when it skips and when it doesn't. So it will look something like turn, turn, skip, turn, skip, 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 turn, skip, turn, 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 skip, 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 turn, turn, something like that. And there is just no rhyme or reason to why it does it. So that's what I will generally leave it with. You will be seeing battles in which it seems like the enemy is just sitting there doing nothing for ages. And there is basically no explanation for why it's happening. If anyone has anything insight into why this is the case, you managed to find something that kind of demonstrates that when an enemy basically is killed, it can make a choice of not to attack, that'll be great to know, because I've not seen any objective proof of that. Everything I've done is through my own kind of testing, having a friend like Sykes to help me out, and make Erin of the stream as well. She watched and helped with my recording sessions. I streamed them for Sykes and Erica, and they confirmed what I was seeing too. I was like, am I seeing things? Like, can we just observe this together and see what's happening? And they basically kind of corroborated everything I've seen as well. And so it's a mystery. It's genuinely a mystery. But I will say the final part of the whole thing is that the only time I think that I've observed an enemy never skipping, so basically every time if he does get 8,000 and does do a move, is when an enemy has like a set hard-coded strength. And by this, I mean that, for example, let's say an enemy will be in position A and take 3 turns, and then switch to position B, take 3 turns, position A, 3 turns. Something that's very rigid, so it doesn't involve like the turn selection, basically, like it must happen on the turn. If an enemy's attack pattern and style is very hard-coded like that, it seems to be that the game obviously makes sure that that happens, because if it skips turns, the potential that it skips into like a hard-coded action is higher, so everything just becomes very rigid, and it behaves as you expect it to. But there's very few enemies in the game that do that. And so if there is an enemy that, let's say, that just has an attack pool of 4 or 5 different attacks, then it can use any one of those 5 attacks on a given turn. Those types of enemies, they tend to have skips quite regularly, and depending on how many of them happen and how often, it really can make quite a big difference in the battle. Because as I mentioned, if an enemy skips 4 or 5 times in a row, that could be an extra 12 to 15 attacks that you get on them, and that means a lot more damage. So it's something that's out of my control, and I wish it wasn't the case, because I could have a much more kind of objective look. Like, there's so much RNG in play already, but to my testing and to my knowledge and research so far, it truly does seem to be an RNG element on the ATB in this game that is not documented or analysed anywhere that I've seen. So hopefully this isn't like I've been completely on the wrong track to start, but ever since finding some confirmation to see the same thing on the PS4, I think to myself, this is definitely something weird. So if you'd like to test this yourself, I would say the best way to do it, like you say, is just to get a simple enemy that doesn't have that feature and doesn't have anything that's very hard-coded. So it can be a very generic, like, it can be a wasp, soldier, any kind of singular enemy, and just watch and see what it does. Don't do anything. Leave the ATB on wait mode as well if you want to. I haven't tested on active for the record. This was all done on wait mode. But basically, I was just watching and seeing the gap between the turns. And I guarantee you, if this is true across different platforms, for example, this was getting a very, very strange bug that the site happened to find by accident. You will see sometimes it will almost seemingly attack back to back, they will get an attack in 2 or 3 seconds. And there will be times it will sit there for like 6 seconds, 9 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds, and you wait long enough to see those movements. And that, my friends, ended up making quite a significant difference. And so it takes quite a lot of explaining, because it's something I literally never seen before, and I couldn't find any proper documentation on this. And so I wanted to kind of explain it to you guys as best as I could, based on having played this challenge for like 20, 30 hours at this stage, and to basically share my findings. So this, to at least have a reference point in the future, and then when we encounter certain bosses where turns get faster, then jump down. And so yeah, that was a pretty simple, but I wanted to make sure that I did out of my perspective. So I said to the base of the next boss of the base was basically the biggest boss of the entire challenge. The party is split up and one of them will enter the start base, and so this is where we're going to back up. What we're going to do is to basically decide on two different parties, and we need to try and make it through the missile base and fight Iron Command. So this is an interesting stage of the game because you do have some level of freedom. There are some blockades and stuff that will restrict you from visiting certain areas of the world, but there are other ones that are still open, so you'll be able to face certain amount of encounters. You'll have a chance to level up if that's what you want to do. You will be able to go into the enemy city, you'll be able to upgrade your weapons, and so there's a bunch of options available to you now at this stage, so there's a lot of different ways to tackle it. But as I said from the start, my first instinct was always to push forward, see if I can complete things, and if I can't, then take a step back. And this would be basically the step back that I take, and I would try and make this approach from this point forward. So let's see what happens when I went straight for it and tried to get through the star base and find the map. We are going to fast forward to the end of the star base section. So I want to show you guys how much learning takes went. We've got Cell at level 20. We've got Cell at level 55, and we've got Christmas at level 50. So this is the first that we set up. So it's 5 minutes. So okay, here we go. 75 my average is level 53, and let's face one that's at level 19, or one that's at the level 10. At level 19, Ironclad has 7,800 HP and 84 strength. There's 99 magic. So this is going to be quite we don't have to do a lot of damage to them. So I was already quite worried at the challenge output. But one advantage we potentially have was that the speed that Ironclad is always 7. And so if you catch through the skips as well, basically there is a chance that you can get extended periods of turns against it. So you're seeing right now, for example, everything that's flying in damage is just kind of sitting there. It's not doing much at all. And so if you do end up getting lucky with the skip, you can build up the turns here and hit the momentum. But with the turn, you can give with over 500 damage from regular damage ability. And so yeah, this is the price here, 7,800 to take out in a best case scenario with the team. And basically every time you do about 20% damage, it ends up losing one of its turrets. And so that's generally the goal, to try to wear it down to the bottom 20%. And when that happens, you end up getting like 2 soldiers going to spring out of it, I think 2 or 3, I forget, it might be 3. And then you have to try and take those soldiers out to try and finish the battle. And so things started really well because he just wasn't getting that many attacks. And so I figured, okay, maybe if we can keep this up and we get lots of criticals or something, maybe we have a chance. I don't know. Because Cell and Quintus can survive one more attack each year. And well, Cell we can't survive anything more, so maybe we just get really lucky here. We'll just have to see how it goes. And so before long, the second turret broke, and I was thinking, okay, we're making progress here. I mean, getting towards half HP, is not too bad. And we just continue to get turns. You're seeing here, I'm getting turn after turn after turn after turn. And so this is generally promising, because I thought this is the one reprieve that I do have, like it's potentially very damaging, and relative to me, it has a lot of HP, but at least I can get a lot of turns in potentially. So before this, stand by for these damage. And so eventually, once you do enough damage, team having come into the picture, and you're about to see what that's going to do to my party. So, let's see. I mean, for a first attempt, this was great. I was really good run here. It ended up being one of my best attempts. Like, I tried a bunch of different things, and this still ended up being one of the best. But the cannon comes in at 958 damage. Absolutely insane. And so I thought to myself, okay, you know, one attack does 500, the other one does 1,000. These guys barely have over 1,000 HP. Like, Tony doesn't have over 1,000 starters. And so this attempt is very aggressive. Like, it did well at the start, but then this guy got me, and the attempt ended pretty quickly after that. And so yeah, that was my first attempt to get higher land, and I was still quite a long way away from it. To be honest, to whittle it down enough, it was looking like a bit of a task here. And so basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and pop like a lot of the different things I tried, the different setups, the different levels and all that kind of stuff. And I will show you guys basically what I did once I decided on what was the right preparation and the right level of my setup and how to do it. So I will basically return to this. Let's go run up. Okay, but I want to show you guys my first French attempt. Okay, so all the attempts in which I got through my clan, step one was to change who I had in my party. I didn't like having Clifton because Renoa I felt much better kind of level to power ratio, and so I swapped her out for Renoa. So our party here is going to be Selby, Renoa, and Selby. Step 2 was to do some weapon upgrades. So this stuff I'll be showing you in the background, which items I end up using, and basically showing you how I got those items very briefly. So the three main ones that you're going to see is something called the Storm Blade, and you can get those fighting Bell Hellmel outside like the missile base kind of area. They're not too difficult to drop, and so you can drop on those. Then we have stuff like shield pipes, which I've talked about already in Wendigo and Encounter. Then there was the sharp fight you get from the Dodo, inside the under the kick. And finally, first time we can fight the Gretel. These guys scale very unfavorably, and they very difficult to take you on, and that's something I kind of found out the hard way. But if you kind of do your homework in advance, and you start to face Gretel the first time you encounter them, then you are much more likely to be able to beat them. And I've shown you guys the footage of the Gretel beating as well at the lower level. And if you do manage to do that as well, then you can pick up the Dragon Fin for Cell's upgrade as well. And so basically after all of this collecting of items or weapons, I managed to get some upgrades for Renoa, Selby and Cell, which no doubt will help in the fight ahead. Now what I also did was to try and make sure I had a save before starting any item farming, because what I don't want to do is try to rack up any unnecessary levels unless I really need to grind for them. And so if an enemy, say, takes like 5, 6, 7 attempts to drop you what you need, I don't need all of those extra experience points, and so I basically kind of save reset if I can get a win against the enemy to make sure I only beat it on the attempt where it drops me what I need and I don't get excess experience points. So that's the sort of stuff that I was kind of making sure I was testing out and trying to do it legitimately so that this stays a run that can be repeatable. And based on what I've done and what I've tested, everything I've shown so far continues to be possible. And so that was the next step, to upgrade my weapons. Step 3 was where things started to get a little bit more interesting. Now, in the previous episode, we fought an enemy called Gero. This guy proved to be a bit of an arsehole because he was an undead enemy, and he was able to resist 50% of the physical damage that we could do to it as a result, which was a big problem for us. But then I kind of thought to myself, wait a minute, we could potentially use this too. Now, what I didn't know was how am I supposed to get zombie on any of my party members? Because I thought if I get zombie, that's basically almost the same thing as the sadness status that we had in Final Fantasy 7, which was so helpful in our attack-only challenge. And so I had the light bulb moment of trying to go into this section with zombie and making like zombification like a general thing in this challenge. Now, it's definitely much harder to do and to implement than the sadness thing in Final Fantasy 7. First of all, you have to be fortunate enough to be in a region of the game where you can encounter something that gives you zombie. And thankfully for me, I was. So in encounters that you have against the Bell Hellmel, you can also encounter something called a Blood Soul. And this guy has a myriad of status effects, including Zombie. And so once again, there's a bit of RNG farming involved here, but what you can do is fight this guy and just wait to see if it's going to cast Zombie on one of your party members. And if you get lucky, it will do it in basically one of its first turns, or it will do it before any of your characters take any damage. Now, that's already one reason why it's way more difficult than just putting Sadness on a party member in Final Fantasy 7. But the second one is that once a character is zombified, you obviously can't heal them again. There's no tricks that I've been able to find to be able to heal them. And that's a massive problem, because that means that you can't use it as like this general catch-all kind of half damage kind of situation. Because if you have some forced encounters before you face a boss, they're going to eat away at that zombie's HP, and by the time you get to the real boss, you're not going to have enough HP left over to be able to tackle it. And so it's a bit of a mixed bag. And so in general, the preparation still was to try and make sure I had some characters zombified before heading into the missile base. And what I ended up with was to have Rinoa zombified and Zell zombified. I tried to get all three of them zombified, but it really turned into like a grind of RNG to be able to do that, because obviously if you already have two of them zombified, what this means is that every time you encounter the Bell Hellmel plus Blood Soul, you have to hope that the Blood Soul gets the first turn and that it chooses to use Zombie on the person who doesn't already have it. And so there's a lot of things that need to come together, and so I think I tried for about 10-15 minutes to try and get the third character zombified as well, but I always ended up taking damage before that happened, like significant damage. And so it never really ended up being worth it. So for this particular battle, the idea was to try and have this party with at least two of them zombified and close to maximum health, so that I could at least take 50% less damage from the Gatling gun. So the cannon beam will still do full damage, unfortunately, because it's magical, but at least the Gatling gun will do less, and that would give me a chance to get this done. So that was step 3. Then the next step was the inevitable making sure that I had a high enough average level to defeat this guy, because all of my preparations aside, when I'm close enough, like if my average level is close enough to Ironclad's cap, it was still too strong for me, and I just couldn't handle it because that cannon beam just does way too much damage and it's too hot for me to handle. And so basically the step that I had to take was to spend time in the open world to be able to level up. And this is where, again, I've proven to you guys that I can fight everything in the open world and we can continue to kind of make our way through. And so yes, I didn't grind it out for ages to level everybody up. I gave everybody some more levels in order to make sure I was able to grab the win. And so I ended up with Zell at level 45, Stealthy at level 52, and Rinoa at level 34. As previously mentioned, whenever I do this, I just basically linearly give them all the same amount of experience points, so the gap between them stays the same. That's generally what I want to do at this stage. I can manipulate this further by, for example, deliberately KOing a character and then not reviving them, so that only one specific character gets leveled. But for now, at least, I'm trying to continue to level them all up together, but retaining the same general gap between them. So to not drag things on too much, what I'm going to say is that my master plan was in place, but the 3 soldiers that you are forced to battle for Ironclad kind of ruined everything, because I had my 2 zombies, I had my upgraded weapons, I had grinded the levels, quote unquote, I was ready to go. But these guys, they scale in a nasty way. They don't have a level cap. And so the more prep you do to be more overpowered against Ironclad, the tougher a time you're going to have against these guys. And once again, as I mentioned with zombies, the trouble is that zombie is kind of like a one-trick pony. If you're able to face a boss with no interruptions in between, then zombie's great. But if there's like a precursor battle to it, one in which you're going to take almost certainly significant damage, then the point of having zombies is kind of worn off. And so these 3 were quite the problem. So obviously the idea was to fight Ironclad with 2 zombies, but you're going to see here, I mean, the odds of keeping Zell and Rinoa at like close to maximum HP before fighting them was just going to be very difficult, because these guys scale in a relatively nasty way. And so yeah, let's see how this went and how much HP I had left over by the end of it. So I'm not going to show the full battle because most of the moves you've generally seen before. In general, like, you can defeat them, it's not a problem. But I was trying to once again defeat them with a lot of HP left over but it's just looking so difficult to do. And so, yeah, it's something that I had to abandon. Like the master plan with having zombie against ironclad, I had to give it up. So what you're seeing here is one of my better attempts against the soldiers, and they're really annoying with their potion counterattacks and stuff like that. I just could not beat these guys without taking significant damage, and so the whole zombie thing was a wash. I couldn't really use it for this fight, but it was a trick that I had in mind for the future, and you will most definitely be seeing me use zombie to great effect later on. But for the ironclad battle, it wasn't really an option because these guys just scaled too strongly and were taking way too much of my HP before the fight. So I healed everybody back up to max, and this, my friends, was a winning attempt against ironclad. At this stage, I tried it a fair few times, and so I knew that the timer being low was not going to be an issue. I just deliberately set it to like 10 minutes and just let it rip. So I am significantly higher level than I was before, and that extra HP is going to come in quite handy. Even though technically we're taking more damage because ironclad is going to be, and its cap is guaranteed to be at level 22 now, the difference in HP that we have, and obviously the increased attack power, is going to be better. So compared to the first fight that we had against it, you can see the damage numbers here. And given the fact that there's 3 of us, and the battle's going to take quite long, it really ranks up quite fast, faster than you might think. So you're seeing like 150, 130, that kind of thing. You think, come on, like, this guy's got 8,400 HP at level 22. Surely that can't be done. But I started to think of it more in terms of rounds. So 130, 150, 170, it's like 450 per round. And so it means if we can do about 15, 16 rounds, we can get it so that the ironclad can break apart and the soldiers come out. And so that's the terms I'm starting to think here also. So Renoa now has enough HP to survive a beam cannon if it comes our way. And so I wanted to base my levels around that, like survive a certain number of hits basically. So keep an eye again on the turns, like see how frequently it's attacking and when it's pausing, when we're getting like strings of attacks and that kind of thing. And you'll get a feel for the kind of thing that you can do. Let's see, one attack, 2 attack, 3. 6, nice critical. 7, 8, 9. Great, so I don't know if this actually ends up better with ATV, maybe it does, but let's just keep going. And without saying goodbye, now it comes. 10 minutes and then beam cannon, let's reset here. How many turns do we get before the next one? That's 1, 2. 3, 5. There you go, 5 turns this time. Previously it was 10. So there comes the beam cannon and Selby is dead. 1. And there you go. So this time we only got 2. So you see what I mean? Like that's an example of when the enemy speeds up. So it's not always like you can see how quickly it would kill us if it used to move every time the ATV fills up. And the ATV fills up relatively quick because we're on high speed obviously as well. But that being said, we just about managed to do enough damage to blow up the ironclad. And now we just have to deal with these 3 soldiers, and we can do that. We make a massive leap forward. That's 2. Now, luckily for us, these soldiers are weaker variants, and they do not scale that powerfully. And this was a massive relief, because if they were the same as the previous soldiers, then again, this probably would have been impossible. You saw what I mean, Zelda to get out again. So these guys are kind of reset to be very weak. So thankfully, after that, we're finally able to put the nail in the coffin and get through like that one of the most difficult fights that we have faced in the battle so far. So those were the ingredients. Basically, the zombie didn't end up being that beneficial, but I put Renoa into the team. I leveled up some weapons, and I leveled up in general about 15, I think levels higher, 15, 16 levels higher than I was before. And that, alongside probably some good RNG, I don't think there was a particularly insane RNG I'm sure it could be worse. And all of those factors together meant that we could finally get through this area. It did take a long time. I obviously it was a very rich version, but we did make it through. And the challenge is still in place. And so with that, I'm going to end this episode. And in the next one, we're going to head back to South Garden with Swarm, Mine, with see if they can continue the fight and get us deep into my navigation and complete no junction. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. These episodes are quite dense. There's a lot going on in the game, there's a lot to do. And even though the battles themselves end up being very simple, there's generally a lot to get through, a lot to press buttons to, and some things to figure out as we go along. So I hope you guys have found it interesting. There's still a lot more to come. There's some really interesting things that happen with the challenges. And if you are enjoying it so far, then I have no doubt that you'll continue to do so. So thank you all for the massive support for Wave on this attack on the series. Thank you to everybody on Patreon. As always, if you'd like to get early access to these episodes, or also to the channel, you can Wave please consider the Patreon. It really does help a lot. And I will see you guys in the next episode. Take care.
Boost your data for the full length of your contract.
It's off.
Town Lord Chopper.
What's up everybody, how's it going? It's back, aka Navigate here, and welcome to the fourth part of this adventure in which I try to defeat Final Fantasy VIII with attack only and absolutely no junctioning. It's been a really interesting run so far, quite different from the ones I've done previously. I've been learning a lot and pushing the game to its limits. The series continues to do really well. Thank you all so much for supporting it. I've had a lot of people telling me that they're enjoying watching it. So please remember to drop a like and continue to show the series some love so that I can continue to make series like this in the future. So let's get into it and find out what happens next in the challenge. We are going to kick things off by talking about the ATP issue that I mentioned in the previous episode. If you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, you should definitely watch episode 3 and have the ATP section on there. Basically, the TLDR of it is that it seems to be like enemies are skipping turns randomly, and this is dictating the flow of battle sometimes, and ultimately it can change the face of the battle. So sometimes an enemy can literally choose to skip for like 4, 5, 6, 7 turns in a row, and against a party of 3, that can give you a massive advantage. And so this is something I couldn't find any documentation about. Even the Ultimania does not mention anything like this, and so I was completely baffled. I thought maybe it's some kind of glitch or bug or something along those lines, but it seems to be quite consistent across the game, and it happens across different platforms as well. And so I basically ended the last part explaining to you guys what I found with the ATV, and asking anyone who might have any more information to reach out to me so that we can get to the bottom of this and understand what is going on with the ATV and the turn selection of the enemy. Now, I do believe, because it is so undocumented and something that's not been investigated too deeply, I think historically, I didn't get an influx of emails or DMs or anything like that explaining this to me. But I did have one person give me some insight, which I think can basically help back up what we've been observing and talking about already. So shout out to Justin from FF2 He was very kind and took time to email me and explain some things about the early Final Fantasy ATVs that he believes probably also applies to Final Fantasy VIII. So I'm not going to get too deep into it because this might not be conclusive. Justin is a specialist in Final Fantasy VI. He's a ROM hacker, and he's basically, just like P. Birdman did in Final Fantasy X, he's dissected Final Fantasy VI all the way down to the atomic level and has learned probably everything there is to know about the game mechanically. Now, it's his belief that what he's observed in Final Fantasy VI also applies to the earlier Final Fantasies that have the ATV system. And so what I will do primarily, I will share the screenshot of the email for people that really want to dig through each line and code and stuff that he sent me. And so what Justin did was use an enemy in Final Fantasy VI as an example, and basically showed me the flow of battle, like the ATV and the mechanics for this particular enemy, so that he could show me that in Final Fantasy VI, it is the case that when the enemy's ATV fills, there is a chance of it doing nothing as well. So basically he shares the information that he can, and then while explaining it, he has a simple paragraph where he says, first it says random, spell, N cross, or special, or nothing. So it's 3 options. two of them are moves that you see that take place, and one of them is nothing. This means when it gets to that line, it will pick one of these three options. It will either pass 10 cross, use a special attack for 4 star, or it will do nothing. The next time this attack sequence comes along, it will either do minus 2, 4 star, or nothing. Then the next turn, L question on L, nothing on absolute 0. It's straight up a 1 in 3 chance each time choosing nothing. Then he goes on to say, Final Fantasy ATV games have always done this because it allows battles to be more random and unpredictable, while also keeping players on their toes. So according to this information from Final Fantasy 6, it's become even more clear that yes, it is part of the game's structure and mechanics for there to be a random element of the turns and whether or not an enemy actually takes an action when the ATV is filled. Now, unfortunately, we don't have this specific kind of analysis of Final Fantasy 8, and Justin also said that they could not find anything to do with this online either. So once again, the call is out there. If there's anyone that knows how to hack Final Fantasy 8 and look through like all of this kind of data, if they're able to find anything very conclusive, like we have Final Fantasy 6, to confirm that enemies do indeed have the chance to skip turns, which is built into the mechanics and randomized, that's something I would love to get like concrete confirmation on. But at this stage, based on what I've observed with my own eyes, what I've seen from the cheat tape of ATV in real time, and based on what Justin sent me as well, I think the evidence is very strong. That yes indeed, in this game, and probably in all of the early Final Fantasy games, there is a chance that when the ATV is full, unless there's something absolutely hard-coded that enemies need to do, like just time-based or trigger-based, then there is a chance that it can be. So this is super important, and sometimes you are going to observe fights where enemies will sit there for a long time. It seems to be something that's built into the game, and as he says, it allows battles to be more random and predictable, while also keeping players on their toes. So before moving forward, I wanted to update you guys with some more information I received about this, and so with that, we can now continue the run and talk more about the mechanics. Alright, so the last thing we did was to defeat Ironclad in the missile base, and once that is done, we get control of small Irvine, Christus, and his bomb to Valor Garden, getting to the fights and continue this through. Now, here we have some level of freedom in terms of being able to leave Garden and go to something like that, so we can upgrade weapons, for example. And at this stage, I started to obviously pay a lot more attention to can I upgrade weapons and what can I do about that. So I'm not going to waste too much time because these are very dense episodes and there's still a lot to talk about. I think you guys get the deal. I've shown you the structure and hopefully I've presented things in a clear way. And so you're going to get much more of a bridged version of what I'm doing in terms of the weapon upgrades. I will show you guys what I upgraded and which items are needed for that and which enemies you have to defeat. And if I haven't shown that enemy being defeated, then I will show a little kind of preview box in the corner to show that enemy being defeated with the party that I have as proof that it is possible to get these particular things. So at this point, basically I had a couple of upgrades that I could make. The first was to upgrade Irvine weapons to a utility. And for that I needed a bomb fragment. And those bomb fragments can be farmed from bombs. And we definitely encounter those throughout the story. So you should not be too hard. Basically make sure you add bomb fragments. And that was weapon 1. And weapon 2 was for Quintus. We gave her a small upgrade to the Slave Test. And for that one we needed a sharp spike which can be obtained.
higher.
Go. Let's see the technology. Ready? So first off, we've got the usual resolver setup. Actually, as I say, they just have to scale, but they didn't seem to be particularly fast and have to run relatively quickly before they could do too much damage to me. Especially because I failed the first time, I did want to make sure that, like, if I had a bad RNG attempt, when these guys happened to get, like, their turns, they used, like, and I lost, say, 500 HP on any particular character, then I would have definitely been sent as well. But thankfully, as you can see, they haven't had yet. So when the skipping is in your favor, like, it really changes the character, it's pretty insane. Basically, real is breaking, and it's not being like the other part. The heck, I'm not complaining. That we call that how against my plan too. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Once again, look out. The amount of turns we get in the G is That's one. That's two. Race. That's six. At this point, it's almost guaranteed it's good that we will both do sets of turns instead of good. 16, 17, 18, it's unbelievable, 19, 20, 21, finally like this one, so Syke was actually watching this one, actually there was one race just like him and Erica, and they were just watching along with myself and this, and I was like, you guys are seeing this, right? Like, it's one of those things where, like, it has kind of been particularly skipped so many turns, and again, it's just chilling, it's so ridiculous, like, when it hits, this RNG, the ETB is the same, and we couldn't believe it on the playing through, like, what's going on. I think it's one. Yeah, same thing. Sometimes it is what it is. It's just the part of getting to the game. Or like part of the pitch. Like that, not that. Where the enemy just decides to just keep skipping turns over and over and over again. So yeah, that battle was one of the wildest. In terms of like ATB skips, it was absolutely insane. And I think as of recording this, it was the battle where we had the most obvious amount of turns skipped, I think, in the whole run. So absolutely crazy. But there we go. So the party has been reunited and we get our freedom once again as we are able to explore the overworld, and we're more able to farm for more items and upgrade a few more weapons before moving on to the next boss on this 2. So from here, because of the sheer amount of freedom, I obviously did some research and I tried to find which items are obtainable and which weapon upgrades are possible. So once again, let me summarize them for you here. The first thing I did was to pick up some dragon skins from Anaconda. In the overworld, you can find encounters where they're on their own, they're with 2 weaker enemies. If you have 2 Anacondas together, because of their scaling, sometimes they can potentially just basically take you out. But if it's the lower level variant, and they're on their own especially, it's a clean control, so you can farm them for skin. So that's one of the first things I did. The second thing I wanted to get, or would love to get, is something called a Fury Fragment. But based on the research I did, basically the only semi-realistic way to get them was by defeating a Grendel. That pesky Grendel has a lot of really good upgrade materials, but you need to beat one that's over level 20. So when its level is below 20, its moveset is much more favourable, you can actually defeat it. But above level 20 it was just so difficult that I basically gave up on trying to farm a Fury Fragment at this point, so I couldn't get one of those. Other than that, we could actually start to fight Mesmerizers now. And Mesmerized blades, those are needed for Spall's cutting trigger weapon, but also for Rinoa's hardener. As we've seen so far, Rinoa is incredibly powerful, and she is basically attacking me with one of the most useful characters we have in this challenge. And so the more we can strengthen her weapon, the better it's going to be for us. And so that was one of 3 ingredients needed for the Cardinal. The other one was a Cockatrice Pinion, and these can be obtained by fighting Cockatrices. They're not too bad, they do have some petrification attacks, but the enemies that they appear with are pretty weak, and so they're definitely ones that you can defeat. And once you do, they drop the pinions quite frequently, and so you should be able to get those as well. And the final ingredient is Sharp Spike, and these can be obtained from our friend Armadodo. We've been through that one already. And so with those 3 items, you are able to upgrade Rinoa's weapon to the Cardinal as well. Now the final thing that I could have gone, but I hadn't gone up until this point, was actually Oju Tentacles. And so this is one where I had made a mistake. I should have bought them earlier on. I did defeat one earlier in the playthrough, but I didn't get Oju Tentacles from that win. And it was a relatively easy win, and so I thought to myself, this might be one of those enemies that I can basically still defeat later on. But as it turns out, when I returned with my higher level party, it basically kind of opens up with O2 dance no matter what, and it slows down your characters immediately, and the scaling's quite rough. So at the levels that I had, even the lower level variant was over 10,000 HP, and so a mix of like slow plus poison plus darkness plus having that much HP and relatively strong physical attacks, even when I had like zombies prepped and that kind of thing, I just couldn't defeat the O2, and it was getting really frustrating. So it ended up being one of those where I went back and I retested with a lower level party just to confirm that I can defeat this guy. And even at levels below 20, the O2 can still give you O2 Tentacle. It's something you have to obviously farm a little bit for. I think it's the second tier of rareness, so it's not like super rare to get one. But for me at least, it was one of those where I was much better off doing it early instead of trying to farm for it now. So that's how you get the O2 Tentacles. You kind of have to prepare a little bit in advance for it. So if you're trying something like this, don't do what I did. Don't wait too long for it. Fight those O2s earlier on and pick up the tentacles so you can upgrade Quistis' weapon using them. Okay, so after all of this work, let's have a look at where we are at for now. Renoa is at level 35, which is nice. Squall is at level 68 after some of the farming that we did. She has the Cardinal, he has the Cutting Trigger, Zell has the Maverick, Irvine has the Bismarck, Quistis has the Red Scorpion, and Selby unfortunately has the Morning Star. Her upgrades are quite difficult to get. But you're seeing that we have a nice spread of levels here. We have Renoa down to level 35, which is useful for us because she can keep the average level down against the enemy. Because she punches very high above her weight, she's a really good one to keep low. So my goal was always to at least try to keep Renoa as low as possible moving forward. And so these were the general levels and stats that I had. Let's see what happened next when I return to battle. So there's a lot of like back and forth and find the captain and all this kind of stuff, but there is a shorter way to do it. Apparently if you just run in and out of the area. This might have been something I ended up doing in my LP as well, I forgot, but basically if you can just run back and forth from the hotel area to the main bit, they eventually just basically let you through anyway and you trigger the fight. But here is where I faced the single biggest challenge of this entire run so far. And so I'm going to show you guys this first attempt and then leave things at a little bit of a cliffhanger. So I don't want the episode to be super long, and I want you guys to have something to do in the next video. So what we are going to do is we are going to fight Raijin in front of the hotel. Now, this was one battle where I knew from the start that I could be in very big trouble. The reason for that is, unfortunately, we have been talking a lot about level caps. This is the first true individual boss that you get in the game that is not level capped. Now, I don't know why. They basically treated it almost like a random encounter here, but he does not have a level cap, which means that at level 100, Raijin has 40,000 HP in this fight. And even if he doesn't have level 100, he scales very unfavorably. Now, it's actually very curious because if you go into the Final Fantasy wiki, it does not show you this particular version of Raijin. I'm scrolling through, and the two battles that it shows you for both of them, it appears to cap out at level 29. But this is not the truth. Basically, what you're going to do here is you're going to fight Raijin by himself, and then you're going to go straight into a fight against Fujin and Raijin together. In that second fight, he does cap at level 29, and that gives him 11,600 HP. But for the first battle where he's with the two soldiers, his cap is 100. Because I had access to a really good game facts post, which basically had a list of all of the boss's HP and their level caps when you encounter them, I already knew that Raijin was going to be uncapped here. So to get an idea of how his HP scales, the formula is whatever your party average is, you times it by 400. So this means that if your average is 30, he's going to have 12,000 HP. If your average is 50, he's going to have 20,000 HP, etc. And so this is already a massive problem. So the task that we're facing here is to somehow even defeat Raijin by himself with this type of level scaling, because obviously his strength is going to go up, his defense is going to go up, he's going to be an absolute beast because he's not capped. And two, if we somehow find a way to defeat Raijin, you get no breaks, there's no chance to heal, you have to fight Fujin and Raijin together afterwards. And even though they're capped, Raijin still has 11,600 HP to take out in the second fight, and Fujin has 8,700. So collectively, we're probably going to need to take out about 40,000 HP without healing in order to be able to win. And so let's have a look at how this first attempt went. I was pretty sure that there was no way through this one, and so I didn't do any grinding or messing around with it. Just deliver a high potion there. Doing a fair sort of damage output on high potion here. Cardinal 289. I mean, considering she's level 35, that's brilliant damage. But I mean, Raijin healing for 1,000 there was definitely annoying. But thankfully, these soldiers don't seem to scale very well at all. So the soldiers are kind of all over the place. Sometimes they scale to 100, sometimes they cap. It's very kind of, it's inconsistent. It's a bit hard to look up because they're such a generic enemy. But generally from the eye test, you can see that they're not hugely scalable. Now, 497 on a zombie, that's a big problem. Like, that's a lot of damage. And remember, we have a good, like, at least about 25,000 HP to take down here. And then we have to do it all again in the next fight. He gets a nice critical there, just a casual 1,000 damage on someone with a zombie. And his defense, as you can see, is very good. Renault is only doing 150 damage and Squall only 276. So his defense is very high, his HP is very high, and his damage is very high. So it's like, well, where do we go from here? Because he scales terribly. I don't think I can realistically make it this far without having these levels at least. And so I can't just say, okay, he scales badly, so I'm just going to reduce my level here. Renault takes 1,000 damage there. So I can't reduce my level. Because of the scaling, I can't just come in at level 100. That's not going to help me. I can't upgrade my weapons any further than I've upgraded them. Even with zombie, we're taking too much damage. Like, even if Renault was zombie here as well, we're just so far away from being able to do the damage that we need, and then being able to survive the next battle, that it's just kind of pointless. So at this stage, I genuinely 100% was like, there is no freaking way that I can defeat this guy. Like, there's just no way. And even if by some miracle I defeated this guy, there's absolutely no way that I can defeat Fujin and Raijin afterwards together. It's just impossible. I'm completely stuck here. And so I was really starting to think ahead to, like, okay, now that we can junction, what's the first things that we're going to do and how are we going to overcome this guy, even with junctioning allowed. So that's generally where I was at. It really did seem like we hit the end of the line here. But I am going to leave you guys with a cliffhanger because I think this one's worth, like, showing in quite a long format and explaining and all of that kind of stuff.
That's what happens when you keep this and Hello Fresh box before you do it.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's AK Danquit here, and welcome to part 5 of this series in which I investigate whether you can defeat Final Fantasy VIII using attack only and absolutely no junctioning. And boy oh boy has it been a fun series so far. I've really been enjoying myself. Thank you guys so much for the support that you've given the series so far. It's been awesome, and I would really appreciate it if you continue to do so for the final few episodes we have left here before we move on to the next adventure. But rest assured, this episode in particular, I'm hoping that you guys will enjoy, because I'm looking forward to sharing this one with you all. So without much further ado, let's get into it and talk about the next part of this challenge. To be fair, I think even getting to this particular point of the game had exceeded my expectations given how just strict and harsh the restrictions were. But playing it through in this way has been really fascinating for me, very interesting, and I've learned a lot of new things and had some very interesting conversations with fellow fans of the game as a result. Of all the things that I learned about in this playthrough, my favourite by far was the fact that this game has some kind of internal skipping mechanic. Now, I am definitely not the first person to discover this, but it's definitely very, very niche information. It's information that I would say you pick 1,000 Final Fantasy VIII fans they would not be able to tell you that they're aware of this. And I did spend a decent amount of time looking this up on the internet and not finding any objective information about what people think. But thanks to the community, I have finally got to the bottom of it, and I can finally share with you the proof that we needed to be sure of exactly how this thing works. Now, I'm not going to go too in depth here because over the past couple of episodes we've generally talked about the issue and I've demonstrated it to you guys. My main thing was finding out whether this is some kind of weird bug that, in my mind at least, kind of invalidates the entire run if it's just based on some silly bug that's happening in my version of the game, or like only on the Steam version or something like that. Or is this something that has been there from day one and built into the mechanics? Because it's so subtle that I never noticed it in any of my playthroughs. Everyone I personally know who's played Final Fantasy VIII has never noticed it, and it's just a piece of information that is very, very, very niche to find. And for example, if you were interested in Final Fantasy VII, this wouldn't have been as much of an issue because things like the battle scripts for every boss battle in Final Fantasy VII, they're literally available on the wiki page. You can scroll through them, and you can see exactly line for line how these enemies are scripted to be in battle. That information for Final Fantasy VIII is way more niche. It's hidden within like modding forums and that kind of thing. But even in those posts, publicly available stuff, I just could not find the information that I was looking for. But thankfully, over the last couple of weeks, I have had people reach out to me. So anyone who did, thank you guys so much. I had a few emails, and I also had Justin, who helped me originally start to get to the bottom of it, send me the files that I needed to confirm everything that I've been talking about with regards to skipping so far. So what I'm going to share with you guys is a battle script from the game. I'm just going to post it as like a screenshot right now. I'm not going to run through it, but the main important part here is that I'm using very simple enemy like Guitar that doesn't have very many terms. And here, there is one particular part of it that explicitly states that there is a 1 in 3 chance that when this guy's ATP fills, it does nothing. And that's the part where it basically says like else if bracket 1/3 return. That command basically means that there is a 1 in 3 random chance that it returns, basically goes back to deciding what it's going to do and it skips that turn effectively. And so that's basically the proof that we needed to confirm that this is something that's built into the game. And there is theoretically a chance that an enemy that has this mechanic can theoretically skip turns indefinitely. 1 in 3, obviously, given that they get a turn every 2 or 3 seconds, the odds of them skipping turns like 3 minutes is pretty astronomical, but it is theoretically possible. And so the reason why some of these battles were indeed possible is because of the chance of the skip happening, especially the very tight ones. Sometimes the difference between survival was an enemy skipping turns once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, or even more throughout the battle. But it is something that's built into the game, and so that's even one more layer of RNG that has to come into play for some of these battles to be successful. So I wanted to confirm that for you guys. The only caveat I have here is that it's not the same every single enemy, every single battle. And I'm going to do back to it later on, that there are definitely bosses that do not have this type of skill. Some of them, I would say the vast majority of them do, but there are bosses here and there that either in certain states or throughout the battle in general do not skip a turn, and that's what the simply case. A lot more problematic to rely on that to be able to do enough damage to it. So I'm going to leave it at that, but finally we have the proof that we need. Thank you to everybody that contributed. I do appreciate your emails, and especially to those who helped me obtain the battle script. I can share that with you guys. It's the kind of thing that if you are part of that very niche scene or speedrunning scene potentially, behind closed doors, maybe in Discords or like private forums or within messaging and stuff with your friends who already know about this, then that's like some one of videos that shows this and explains this to at least some degree. Out by myself. So, with that said, we can finally move on to what was, for me at least, so let's get to it. Is it legal?
Does it now? You don't have to smoke it.
Is it actually for people like... Alright then, we ended the last episode with the battle against Raijin in front of Valor. this one is because this particular boss battle is one of the only situations in the game where you face a boss that does not have any kind of level cap. So whatever your average party level is, that is the level that Raijin will be at, and his scaling is truly terrifying. And so for this battle, I thought I was going to be able to at least get through here, but he proved to be way too strong. His scaling was very powerful, and he absolutely clobbered me. So despite any kind of zombie protection, any of the tricks that I've been using in this fight, it was nowhere near enough. He had about 20,000 HP in this particular battle, and there was just no way. He had his two friends with him as well, like the ultimate me taking out Raijin just purely relying on like luck or skipping turns or any of that kind of stuff was essentially zero. And so my immediate reaction was, it genuinely was over. But then again, impressive investigation. So, credit this time does go. So obviously my first port of call is always to check the information on there to see if I can find some kind of information on the to get through the box. And even though the wiki doesn't host if there is any kind of slightly interesting mechanics, usually you'll find it being explained in the manuals. And it turns out that Raijin does indeed have a very interesting mechanic. So for those who don't know, if Raijin is accompanied by keywords in a trace, either target that is the rigid mechanics. That's 1,000 times then the target, the female character, as there are that's it. So have a look at that. It's a better result to manipulate the situation. And so then began a series of steps and preparations were made, and then I kind of had to. So there's 3 stages here. Step 1, I obviously needed my female character, Renoa, to resolve. That's the easy part. See how it works. As long as the damage they can take, that's fine. But what are we going to do about the 2 male characters over the QT hits? I had a break so what happens if these 2 characters does Raijin realise that they're taking part and not the target together? Do the mechanics still come into play and he continues to target Small and Zell? And if that is the case, then that means he's basically going to be stuck targeting those 2 for the entire fight. And so Renoa will never get hit by Raijin. And so this was a plan. We're going to have Renoa and Zombie Small, and Zell will be petrified, and Renoa is going to be the only character who attacks this fight. Now you might say, well, what's the point? Why don't you just let him kill Small and Zell? And the reason is, if there's only a female character left alive in the party, then we can target that female character. So if it's just a one-on-one fight, he is going to target. So we need this kind of being stuck in limbo. We're petrified for intents and purposes. We consider KO to be dead, but the enemy kind of doesn't really. So it proves to be a really interesting role, and it's one that I really definitely like to exploit. Now, that's all well and good, but there's other big problems at play here. Even if I could defeat Raijin, he's going to have still a ton of HP, it's only going to be attacking for a long time. I had to make sure that he had something to like 20,000 damage to Raijin by herself before the soldier targets Renoa enough to kill her, and it ended up being a very long battle because obviously the scaling is so poor that Raijin ends up having very good defense and very high HP, which is can't damage him very quickly. And so that was already a potentially insurmountable issue. But then the secondary problem after that was that he had no infantry with that fight against Raijin, goes straight into a second fight with Raijin, so it's a back-to-back. So even with this particular setup, the chances were looking very slim. So what I'm going to do is show you because this was crazy. I genuinely think that that's what I'm going to do. So it's one of those, if I didn't record it and someone told me they did this, I probably wouldn't believe it. But I'm just going to show you guys because it's okay, my friends, here we go. We've got Renoa in zombie, she's silenced as well to move the matter. And we have the two petrified characters taking fire with us as much as possible. So Raijin is going to be just stuck doing 0 damage to Spawn for the entire fight. Renoa, as you can see, her HP is maximized for this particular run. To make this any kind of realistic, I had to get her to level 100. And so basically, yes, I did spend time grinding Renoa to level 100 this fight. But you can basically set it up like this, have them petrified, and have Renoa be the only character gaining experience, so you can keep Spawn and Zell at the same levels that they were previously. Because Renoa is generally strong enough to be certain enemies out there to fight yourself. So you can fight those guys, you can run away from them. With stuff like Mizar, stuff like Alan, which you can defeat all of those by yourself very easily. And so theoretically, yes, you can find those enemies and bring your elements level 100 while keeping Spawn and Zell at exactly the same level that they have previously. Now, the reason why I did it like that is because obviously Raijin will scale, and that means that the lower average level I have, the better it's going to be for me. And so Spawn at this particular moment is at level 68, and Zell is at level 56, and so the average level here is 71. And Raijin HP. So you can see at the moment lower at level 100 with a previous weapons is 200 damage. And that's why this battle for me I just really want to short because we have to hope that this G soldier by Raijin's side doesn't do a significant amount of damage to Renoa for a really extended period of time. And so this was the battle. This is what I had to do for like 10-15 minutes, something like that, and just hope for the best. So basically, the G soldier does have the opportunity to skip. I think it's about a third of the time, 60 times, which helps. But then the other times, obviously, there is a 66% chance that Renoa gets away with it and doesn't get hit. So we add together the skip turns and the chances of her getting hit, there's only 1 in 3 chance that she does get hit, it's relatively favourable. But because the battle is so long, I have to wonder how much of her HP is he going to chip away. Because we need enough HP left over to actually try and win the second fight as well. Because for the second fight, you still have the same problem, 2 characters petrified, and Renoa is the only one who damage. So the odds are like incredibly stacked against us here. Now, in the name of time, what I'm going to do now that you've seen the battle and how it works, I am obviously going to skip ahead to the end of this first match. And you'll see how much HP Renoa had there, and how good they are. Okay, so we are nearing the end of this fight, and hard as it might be to believe, I think I'll show you the fast forward just so you guys can see like the entire fight every single time. But Renoa still has almost 3,000 HP left, which is really done for taking out Raijin. It's absolutely insane. Now, this was attempt number 4. I did try this a few times, and basically on attempt number 1, she had 1,700 HP left. Attempt number 2, 1,274. And then attempt number 3, she had 2,854 HP left going into fight number 2. And so the third attempt I had was the one with really good RNG. The G soldier didn't target me as much in that one, and so I was able to defeat Raijin and make my way through to the second battle. Now, thankfully, those G soldiers were escaping. I think they might be capped out or something like that. That was obviously otherwise I could actually manage to win this fight. So we get strength up for our trouble, which is going to be useful later. But for now, we are forced to go straight into the hotel in fight number 2. Now, the saving grace on number 2 is the fact that this one is level counted. It's back to assets, and with this fight, we have Raijin with 8,700 HP and Raijin with 11,700 HP. And the added benefit here is not just HP, obviously the depth of the stats are relatively balanced as well. So Raijin is defensive lower, and and spread into level 2. Now, Rigid will abide by the same mechanics as you have to take it out first. But Jim comes in with an immediate tornado you cannot avoid, and it does 12 damage. Now, thankfully, his magic defense is a bit higher than the one itself, so it does make a little bit of difference. But in this fight, again, it's excellent. Punch is targeting, which is much over. So she took the first arrow for 208 damage. So you can see that gives her a relatively decent amount of damage. But it doesn't. See how it but it would just depend because that's what I said. Those kind of stuff, I end up dying from these spells, and so I really have to go for the extra like 1,000 on HP. I think it's just about the minute, I don't think I can come into this fight with too much more than 2,800 HP. So even if it's more than enough, it's going to be the same kind of problem as so, I mean, I think she's been targeted for now. Angelo Rush comes in, I can't control her, and I can't stop her from using Angelo Rush. You're going to see I generally think that we have enough to take around. So, I don't think it changed the outcome of this fight, but it's something that I can't control generally. but I wasn't about to restart the entire fight because Angelo Rush happened again. Especially for these really long fights, it's one of those things that it kind of just happens. There isn't too much you can do. But I will do my best to basically say that if a battle is so hard that Angelo Rush made the difference, and there's absolutely zero way to defeat him without Angelo Rush, then I'll just admit defeat and just not move on. But this battle, you'll see, I mean, even without Angelo Rush, I've been able to do it. So in the fight, I didn't have the best start early on. I did get hit by like 2 or 3 arrows for Renoa, but then my fortune started to improve. I did go on a decent streak where I did get hit with arrows quite some time. She got hit twice in a row there. There's a 1 in 9 chance of her being hit twice in a row. So this is what I mean. I really don't think we have particularly great RNG here for Renoa. I think it was average. I do think it's average. But you're going to see, one advantage we do have is that Fuji's defense is definitely lower than Raijin, so once we can focus our attacks on her, we're going to do a lot more damage. And she only has 8,700 HP, so it's not too bad. But for Raijin, literally with no criticals, 11,600, that's a lot of work. And see, we've been hit 3 times in turns by Fujin, and we're still going to end up pulling through and winning here. So this is what I mean by, like, I don't think it's Angelo Rush that made it. So he throws in a high potion to prove. Thankfully it was only a high potion and not an X potion or something, and it did end up being some kind of counter. And it did end up being some kind of counter. But ultimately, yes, it was that interesting quirk that Raijin does not hit female characters if there's someone with him that ended up being the reason I could win this fight. series has been a great success. So without much further ado, let's move on, because this part is going to be a little bit different to what happened in the last one. And so let's get into it and talk about it. Okay then, we are on disc 3 and we have the mobile garden, and that means that we have a lot more freedom to go to a lot more places around the world and to potentially farm for items and equipment. So at this stage I figured, before continuing on, can I obtain anything more that's going to help me with the particular setup that I have? Because obviously, as you guys know, my options are quite limited. One of the only things I can do, for example, is to basically upgrade my weapons. So I had another look to see if there was anything that I could hunt for in order to get some better equipment and some weapons. So I didn't end up doing too much here. Basically, one of the main things that I wanted to fight was against the Grendel once again, so that I can pick up some more dragon skins / fury fragments so that I can improve Zell's weapons. At this stage, I'm going to gloss over this stuff a little bit more to kind of keep things moving. You guys get the idea. I'm not going to bullshit you and say I got items I didn't get. Basically, that's one of the things I did do. I wanted to improve Zell's weapon and upgrade it to a gauntlet. So it gives me an extra 5 strength. It gives me an extra 5 strength, and every little helps, as you guys know, so I decided to make that upgrade. That's one of the few at this stage that I could do. And then I realized that for some of the highest level weapons, I needed some adamantine from adamantoid. And this was something that I probably spent 2 or 3 hours trying to do. Again, as usual, I wanted to do one successful fight just to prove that it's possible, and then from there on I was going to say, okay, like, you know, you can get some adamantine and upgrade this weapon to this thing, because you need multiples of them if you want to upgrade, basically, like, get the best weapons you can for some of the party members. Now, this fight was super trolling for me. Basically, with the current setup that I had, I could get really close to defeating this guy, but the reason I couldn't was because it has a move called White Wind. Now, White Wind is super frustrating because even when you're fighting lower level versions of it, it heals so significantly that it just offsets basically all the damage that you've done. And depending on your luck, you basically get stuck at a semi-stalemate where you could be punching this thing and hitting this thing with your sword for literally 20 minutes, half an hour, and you make no progress. But the tantalizing part of it is that sometimes there is a really big gap between White Winds. You can literally batter this guy for 8 to 10 minutes and not see a White Wind. And so there was a few times where I started to get really close to beating it, and every single time I thought I was just about to win, it throws in a White Wind, and basically it heals by anywhere from I think 2,500 to 3,000 if it's put shove on itself, and if it hasn't, then it's like 5,000 to 6,000. And it was just super frustrating to try and beat this thing. I gave it literally 2 or 3 hours worth of attempts and tried to see if I could get some kind of window big enough to kill it before White Wind comes to recover, but I just could not make it happen. So I'm going to skip over this, but I will be returning to Adamantoid. But for now, I wasn't able to win against it. And so from here, in general, like the kind of the downfall began. Basically, the challenge peaked at the end of Disc 2. And as of Disc 3, things started to just get way more difficult, and a lot of the things I was trying to do, I was just failing at. So Adamantoid failed. Then I just wanted to see if there was anything else that I could do at this stage. Like, could I defeat, for example, any tomberries to get some, like, chef's knives? Anything like, can I find the Tomberry King? Can I find Odin? I tried a few little things. I basically explored around. I tried to find tomberries that didn't go too well. They killed me pretty quickly. That also means that stuff like Odin is just, in general, that kind of stuff is just pointless. And so, in general, I started off Disc 3 not making that much progress. Basically, I managed to get an upgrade for Zell's weapon, and that was pretty much it for most of the early going. And so after that, I decided to go back to the story and move things along a bit. And so coming up next was Laguna and Co. versus a Ruby Dragon. And this one I was definitely worried about because I wasn't sure about what the level cap situation was like. Dragon. And this one I was definitely worried about because I wasn't sure about what the level cap situation was like. I was following like a GameFAQs post which had a list of every single storyline boss and what their level cap was. For some reason they don't have this particular enemy in there, and so I went in blind and not knowing what to expect. And so let's have a look at this fight. Now one of the good things of course is that you can carry through status effects. So Squall, for example, if he's zombied, then Laguna will also be zombied. And for this one, because I wasn't sure if there was a level cap, I decided to go with obviously Squall and Laguna, that's kind of mandatory. But for Kyros and Ward, I swapped in characters that were at lower levels, so that basically if it is uncapped, then I'll be able to hopefully get a lower level variant of the Ruby Dragon. So let's have a look at this fight. This guy, at higher levels, it has an incredibly difficult moveset to deal with, and it has very brutal stats. So let's have a look here. 261 damage was not looking very good. So the three of them together, they're barely doing about 500 damage per round. So let's see if this is going to be enough here. Because, like, my gut reaction upon seeing this was like, I don't think this is going to get the job done, because it has quite a lot of HP. But it comes in with a claw attack, which does not that much damage. Thankfully, Laguna is zombied and at level 100, so he's generally, for at least a claw attack like that, pretty much. So yeah, the fact that he's drawing the fire here, I think is a good thing. The longer the three of us stay alive, the better. There is a chance of skipping. It does happen sometimes, but it's not super common or anything like that. But you're seeing a decent critical hit rate from Laguna. It's happening quite frequently. I think that's like 2 or 3 already in this fight. But thankfully, so far, it's just seeing that there's not really much going on. The Ruby Dragon's not doing a lot here. And on closer inspection, I realized that this guy was a pretty low level. Thankfully, the mandatory one they put in the story here is of a low enough level that it doesn't have the beefed up moveset with attacks like Breath and Flare and Meteor and all of that kind of stuff. So thanks to that level cap, we were able to continue on here. We'll speed the fight up a little bit just so you guys can see. But yeah, thankfully Ruby Dragon ended up not being too much of a problem, and we made it through because of the level cap. Now one of the interesting things here is that normally I think with my standard party out in the world, I don't think I can defeat Ruby Dragons. And so this is basically almost a freebie. And even the lowest level one, it drops a star fragment, there's a 5% chance. So this is one of those fights where if you need, let's say, Fury fragments, for whatever reason you can't beat Grendel, or you need star fragments, which are difficult to obtain normally, this is a fight that you can basically keep repeating until you get the drop that you need. And so that's why this battle is pretty unique. Ruby Dragons, with these restrictions, in general, they're just not an enemy that you can defeat, they're just too powerful. And so this is an exception to that rule, and so you can use it for useful items, essentially. But for me, I decided to basically use the most common drop that you get from this fight, which is an Inferno Fang. So I've got Fury Fragments here, but I basically changed that to Inferno Fangs because the only 2 enemies that drop these are Hexa Dragons and Ruby Dragons, and both of them I basically can't defeat. And so I decided to take the Inferno Fang, and with that I'm able to make an upgrade and get the Crescent Wish for Selfie. So that's something that I did. And then from there, I decided to say, you know what, let's continue the story because I don't think that there's too much more that I can do in terms of weapon upgrades at the moment. And I just wanted to push forward and see what was going to happen next. And so I went towards S-Star and the next boss battle in this challenge. Okay, my friends, here we go. The next boss fight in the Final Fantasy VIII Attack Only, absolutely no junction challenge, is Abandon. And this is where challenge ended. Unfortunately, let me explain. As you're watching the fight here, this guy has 17,000 HP at the level cap. It's only a level 39. 17,000, level 39, you think that can't be too bad. But you're seeing Squall only doing about 140 damage here. This guy is undead, therefore it's taking half damage from any physical attacks. That's stage 1, so already our damage output is looking pretty feeble against it. That's already a very bad start. It has some pretty hard-hitting attacks there. It hit 410 against a zombie, so that's already not looking good. This was like my first kind of test fight, and then it stands up. And look at the damage now: 11, 4, and 5. When it stands up, I had a look at the battle script. It gains a plus 500% increase in defense. So as an undead, and as a 500% increase, it basically has a 1000% increase in its physical defense, and it can fire off confuse while it's standing up. So I think you're putting the pieces together here. You can see that there is no RNG situation here that really is going to help you out of this one. And it was really sad because I wanted it to be like a more significant story boss to put an end to this part of the challenge. But unfortunately it was abandoned. There genuinely was no way that I could find here. So yes, there's been a few finds where I said, oh, I thought it was over, but then I found this, I did that. For this one, I genuinely could not find a way. I tried like tripping zombies. I tried 1 petrified, 2 zombies. I tried 2 petrified and 1 zombie. I just did everything I could. I had a look at the battle script in hindsight. At this time, I didn't have access to battle scripts yet, but I looked at it in hindsight, and there's no like holes that I could find that I could exploit. Unfortunately, the chances of it skipping turns is also low. I believe it's a bit of a complicated battle script, and I'm not that great at kind of deciphering it. But at best, there's a 1 in 5 chance that it skips it. It might not even be that, but I might have misunderstood it. It might be even rarer than that. But basically, the eye test also showed me that it almost never skips turns. The only time it seems to do it sometimes is the first turn after it kind of sits back down after the standing. Other than that, there's basically no holes in its defense, unfortunately. And so this mixture of just insanely high defense that I cannot get around, the constant confusion that you have to deal with, where you either hit yourself or you have to try and hit your teammates in order to kind of snap them out of it, so do more damage to yourself. And the fact that it has 17,000 HP while having basically a plus 1,000% in terms of defense against the normal stuff, it just proved too much. And unfortunately, I think in my best attempt I got it down to like 7,000, 8,000, something like that. And in the grand scheme, that was like a really good attempt. And it was barely like 60% of its maximum HP. It was just nowhere near. Maybe there is some kind of, astronomical RNG where you could grind this battle for months to probably find a way through, but that's where I personally drew the line. It was like, okay, I need to get the series done. I need to complete the challenge if I can. And so this was the time in which I had to, unfortunately, end the no junctioning, like absolutely no junctioning part of the challenge. So I will continue to show like this battle in the background so you can see how it worked out. And I will tell you guys about the next chapter in this challenge as we push ahead to try and complete the game. So from here on, I wasn't really satisfied with just saying, okay, now I'm allowed to junction. I'm just going to basically go to the easiest form of this challenge that I can, where you could basically, for example, you could junction GFs, you could equip draw onto your characters and then just draw from like the world points, just like stack lots of magic that you can get from around the world, and then just start junctioning things to stats and try to get them as high as possible, and just junction to elements, junction to status elements, all of that kind of stuff. So I thought that's a bit of a push. I wanted to find some kind of middle ground where I still found it like interesting in terms of the challenge, and it felt as close to having no real junctions as possible. And so this is, again, like this is completely made up from my point of view. Like at the end of the day, we're still going by the attack only mantra, where when we are in combat, we are only using the attack command. So that still remains the same. But in order to keep things interesting for me, the way I decided to tackle it was to first of all junction GFs, obviously, and then only use the passive abilities that we get. Because if there's one thing we don't get in this game, is basically you don't have armor, you don't have accessories, you also don't have stuff like materia. And so if you take all of those things away, it's so restrictive compared to Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 10 that I felt like the best place to start would be to use the GF's passive abilities, which to me are basically like the kind of abilities that you would find on accessories or an armor if you could equip them. So they don't change, like you don't junction directly to your stats, but you use the passive ability slots to give yourself some benefit. So that's the first thing. And the second thing was basically allowing myself to start using things like card mods, because we do have Quetzalcoatl, I don't know how you pronounce it. That guy knows the card mod, and with that, obviously, we can start to get certain things that we previously couldn't. So that was my starting point. I wanted to use card mod, and I wanted to be able to junction GFs and use their passive abilities. Now, as luck would have it, we literally only have 3 GFs so far in this run. Because we can't use the draw command in battle, we can't draw any of the ones that we could have got from boss battles anyway. Other than that, the only other GFs you can get are the ones that you can defeat in battle, and they're too powerful at the moment. We can't defeat any of them in battle either. So it was kind of funny, I literally had 1 GF for each character to work with here, and so that's basically what I did. I gave small difference, and I gave Zell the way to go for now, and I decided to have a look and then have this. Now, straight off the bat, Ifrit had a strength plus 40 and a strength plus 20, and so those are the ones that I equipped on, and that already gave them a high strength. And unfortunately for Irvine and Zell, in terms of passive abilities that they inherently have, that was kind of it. I didn't really have anything that was that useful from there on. And so then began the quest of trying to understand which passive abilities can I get for my GMs, and are they obtainable in this particular run. And so it's back to researching once again and seeing what I can do. Now, early on, one of the first things I had already that was quite easy to get was an item that could teach your GMs the HP plus 20% passive ability. And so we could obtain these from Wendigos, and I decided that this would be a nice place to start. And so that's basically what I began to do, and you can see how my stats have started to change as a result. So Squall at level 100 gets a nice 60% strength boost, and that already basically makes them a lot more dangerous and way more able to dish out big amounts of damage against even enemies like the bandits, at least while they're sticking down. And so at this stage, that's what I am doing, but what am I not doing? So now I'm still not stat junctioning. So I am not attaching any kind of magic to any kind of stats right now. I'm not doing that, I'm not doing status junctioning, I'm not doing any elemental junctioning. So all of those menus continue to not be used. So I'm not using the draw command to anybody. I don't want anyone to have anything junction other than attack onto their character at any point in the game. That's another one. And the final thing is I decided to, from this point onwards, I am only going to obtain anything that is obtainable from this point onwards. So what I didn't want to do was to kind of be like retroactive and just say, oh well, if I had played the game differently right from the start, and I had done a different challenge, this is where we are right now. An example of this is something like, I would say, oh, I was allowing passive abilities from the get-go, then I could junction Ifrit when he was a much, much lower level, and I could give him the strength bonus at the set. And as a result, his strength stat would have been a lot higher by now by the time we set it up. So I don't think that makes sense. I didn't want to just kind of retrospectively just change everything and start to implement it so it never had for long. It was more of a like, we're pushing as far as we can for friction, and from this point forward, without going back and changing anything along the way, what can we do, and can we still complete the game by using basically passive abilities from the GM only, or a magical force on one. So let's see what happens next on the start of the game. And so from this point forward, the definitely went up to basically what I wanted to do was to get past the bad as possible, and I wanted to find out what I could build to do. So we already have Ifrit with his strength plus 40, his strength plus 20, and we have HP plus 20%, which helps the benefit at least for Zell and Irvine. But I want to, and because I'm able to do the card modding stuff now, I decided to start playing some rounds of Triple Triad in order to get a card that would definitely help me in a active way. So thankfully, we can go back to Valor, and we can actually play Triple Triad against Zell's mum. And if you play her enough, she will play Zell's card, and if you beat her, you can take Zell's card, then you can use card mod on Zell's card, and get yourself 3 Hyper-Risks. These Hyper-Risks are also each one will teach strength plus 60% to one of the GMs. And those 60% of GMs have
what you want?
So I did do all that stuff. I didn't manage to do I did beat Zell up, I got Zell's card, and ultimately I ended up getting a plus 60% strength on my hand, which was a massive help, obviously. And this is where we really start to take things to the next level and get much stronger on our way to trying to complete the game. Exactly. Okay then, let's have a look at round 2 versus a battle. have a cell with vitality plus 50%, strength plus 60%. Then we have speed with a mass of 136 strength and strength plus 100%. And then we have Irvine with 150 strength and control plus strength plus 60. Jason has HP plus 20% as well. But with this, we're ready to take on a battle. See, with this tough strength for it to actually take him down, despite his undead status and that high defense standing. So let's have a look at this fight. This was the proper version of the other. And we'll see how much of a difference this stuff makes. See the damage now. 519. So that was a pretty good sign. And for these guys as well, definitely much better damage. So we're almost doing 1,000 damage now per round. So we're getting through 17 rounds on a 6 and definitely seems to be for me. So let's see how much we have left in the tank. It's still definitely slow us down. It's but in general, I'm pretty sure that the damage I'm seeing here, that things are going to look a lot better. And well, considering that And well, considering the fact that this is undead, and we're going to face bosses in the future that are definitely not undead, I was looking forward to the damage numbers. I can see against like bosses where I wouldn't have to deal with such high defense. Okay, so stand up. I mean, it goes up 5%, it's just a insane. So still, I mean, despite having over 100 strength, with 136 strength plus the critical plus 100% damage, it's still nowhere. So it comes as a silent fire, it's not a problem. Thankfully, if you're a little bit lucky with orange, you don't do too much damage. But if you are unlucky, just keep standing just like 3 times in a row. So this was a bit unlucky here, so the fuse almost up to double here. Obviously I didn't realise it was double and smacked himself for that one. Prime comes in and it hits the wall, which is generally okay here. But it's just a total fuse of this enemy. I mean, the confusion, the blind, the undeadness, the high defense, the high damage from the core attack here while it's hitting is really, really brutal. And it's an enemy that I basically didn't remember. It's just so easy on this run that this is definitely not the enemy I predicted to take the challenge. It's probably going to be obviously like, you know, Raijin or Idea or Cypher or one of those guys, but no, it was Abaddon. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so yeah, even with this setup, it took quite a long time. Again, I'm going to skip through the battle a little bit here to move things along. But yes, I did indeed manage to defeat Abaddon and finally continue the challenge in the slightly nerfed form. So we finally make it to the wonderful city of Esla. But there's no rest for the wicked, because immediately we get another dream sequence with Laguna. And at this stage, again, I was confident. I was thinking, come on, like, you know, we've got these passive abilities. This stuff should be fine. Now, one of the problems here is that due to where we are in and on the world map, we can't reapply zombie status to our characters, and so we can't benefit from zombies. So Laguna, Kiros, and Ward have to do this section without having zombie to accompany them. So that's one thing that was quite troublesome, and you are going to see here, this actually was a lot more problematic than I would have imagined. So let's have a look at these fights. The first one begins, we have this relatively generic soldier that hopefully shouldn't be too bad, but Laguna is at level 100 right now. So that critical was nice, definitely helped here, but the enemies that we're facing here, they do level scale, they're not capped. And so as a result, we are having to deal with very high level customers here. Thankfully we can heal in between this fight, so that's not too much of a problem here. So definitely heal up, but as you can see, everybody is level 100 here. I basically just took Zell, minus 4, and then I basically used them for the dream sequence. Now let's see what happens here as a result, because this fight was absolutely brutal. I looked at this and I was like, okay, come on, how hard can it be? Laguna basically killed the generic guy in like 2 turns, and we have 3 people here. It can't be that bad. So 666, that's not too bad. We can manage with that. Then that came in 845, 514. Like, these are big hits. Not having zombie here was definitely hurting. And that guy took a fair few hits. I don't know why he attacked his teammate there. That guy's just crazy. But then death came. No zombies here, so nothing I can do against this. And one of my characters instantly gone here. And then Degenerator happened, which I completely forgot was a thing. And that removed Laguna completely from the equation. And you can guess what happened next. Boomerang Sword. 1,726. If everybody was alive, everybody would get hit for 1,700 here. Then it did that, 900 telekinesis. I got completely destroyed here, absolutely destroyed. And I got myself game over. So, despite using the passive abilities, I thought to myself, okay, this is going to make things much easier. I should be breezing through the next set. I was immediately in for a rude awakening as those guys completely wrecked me. Now, what I decided to do, thankfully what you are able to do, obviously, is choose who takes the place of Kuros and Ford. And one of the issues I was having here was that these guys were so high level that the enemies obviously were scaling really, really badly. And so second time around, I decided to swap in Quistis and Selby instead of Irvine and Zell, and that way we had basically level 100, level 52, and level 42, and that meant that we were able to fight easier variants of those particular enemies. So let's see how it went the second time round, because round one was absolutely brutal. So comes in straight away with a shotgun here, 678, that's gently less damage than before. And this time I'm taking out the guy in the middle, so that boomerang thing, and the death ability. So I'm changing my focus here. It's just got a really large array of abilities, like it's got the normal claw, it's got the shotgun, it's got death, it's got boomerang, it's just got so many things that could hurt us here. But thankfully, as you can see, they're much like lower health and damage here. And well, this guy, you need a little bit of RNG for it to not keep using the generator. And so blind was something we could gently live with for now. It's just like, if it forced you to use your level 100 characters here, I think I would have been really stuck. Like, we would have needed some solid RNG to beat these guys in the circumstances. So the generator does come in. And thankfully it's Kuros. If it was Laguna here, it might have been a bit of trouble because he is obviously the main damage dealer in this particular scenario. But that was a really nice critical. And almost dead, but then it did a second degenerator. So this is what I mean about the RNG, this was just brutal. But thankfully this one hit all as well, and so it left itself one-on-one with Laguna. So yeah, these fights, man, they were tense, like did a telekinesis. You can see how tanky it is as well, and we haven't been able to kill it yet. So even at these levels, it's not playing around. I don't know if it uses the generator when there's one person left. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, I got lucky in this fight and it didn't end up using it. But you can see, I mean, it's withstanding so many attacks here. It's really tanky, difficult, annoying enemy. But thankfully Laguna gets another critical to get the job done. So that was a pretty fierce encounter there. I mean, that could have gone very, very wrong. Thankfully. But the fun is not over yet, because there are another set of battles that are mandatory for Laguna, Kuros, and Ford. And so let's have a look at this one. This one was also quite difficult. This enemy in the background is definitely a problem, and so we have to try and take these guys out as quickly as possible once again. Pretty nasty attacks here. Yeah, so a stop there on Kuros. And then that attack does 800 damage as well, and that was critical on Kuros, so it's generally quite nasty stuff here. And then it casts Protect, and there's nothing I can do about that, so it has a lot of HP, it scales pretty well, and it has Protect as well. So we are not doing very well against this guy. It has pretty good defense to start with anyway, and then after that Protect as well, it's just very tough. Beam Laser comes in, 1066 damage there. So yeah, these guys, I mean, obviously, they're like 10 much different than I expected. War dies. We really need to get this done now. We have to focus that. The boost is going to be yeah. One-on-one once again. But he's only able to do 400 damage at a time. Yeah, it's good critical, but this is just not very good damage yet. That being like just keep coming and coming. And then it goes into like this crazy weird mode. The protection wears off, it doesn't protect me, and it kills me. So yes, even when I had the lower level party members with me, I was still getting killed at this point. So this section was genuinely difficult and way more difficult than I could have imagined. So here's round 2. Same idea again here. I'm making sure to take out the guy on the left as quickly as I can. And I'm making sure Laguna attacks the elastoid in the back, basically. But he gets put to sleep, which is really annoying here. This has a really tough array of attacks. It's got like, you know, over 1,000 damage from that one. It can put you to sleep, it can stop you, and it can protect itself. So just overall, it's a really nasty enemy here. But it seems to be that Protect isn't like it does it automatically after going below a certain amount of HP. So you can see here it skipped a few turns. There's definitely some skipping going on. It let us get quite a few turns, and it didn't use Protect. So this time around the RNG definitely helped me. Now watch this attack coming in here. When it goes into this crazy spaz mode. Reflect Beam hits everybody for like 1,200 damage here. And so just in time, Laguna couldn't have survived a second one of those. We just about get the job done once again. So yeah, just really brutal forced encounters here for Laguna and the rest of the team. But thankfully, we managed to make our way through them. So I'm going to move on here. There was a couple more, but these aren't worth showing. But those were some of the highlight battles that were definitely difficult to get through for Laguna. And so thankfully, after all of that is done, we finally gain freedom in S-Star and can wander around and do what we want. Now, one of the best things about making it to S-Star and having the new kind of restrictions that I have now, I am able to obtain an item called the Rosetta Stone. It's a really cool item because it allows you to learn ability times 4 with one of your GMs. And that's huge because obviously since I'm using passive abilities, it's like having a 4-slot arm instead of a 2-slot. And so all you have to do is go to S-Star and basically just keep trying the shop again and again until the Destiny Mallet. And that first Rosetta Stone was hugely useful. I of course gave it to Ifrit, and with that I was able to get strength plus 60%, plus 40%, plus 20%, and HP plus 20% at the moment. And so that was a huge win for me to get that Rosetta Stone. I didn't want to do too much more after this one. I was pretty happy with where I was at. Especially once I got the Rosetta Stone, I thought, okay, with 4 slots, I should be ready to continue on and progress the story a bit more. So this section is definitely a very story-heavy one once all of this happens, and you can avoid a lot of the kind of random encounters that you need to fight anyway. And so I will progress things on quite far. There's going to be quite a big jump here, and I'm going to rejoin you guys right in the heart of one of my favourite sections of the game, the outer space section, where Squall rescues Renoa, and the two of them have to spend a little bit of time together and make their way through the propagators and bring it home. So let's join them in a propagator fight and see how that went. That was the next basically mandatory fight we had to have in the challenge. Okay.
Oh,
Phew.
Mẹ, hai lũ.
Here we go. Now, as I mentioned all along, we are really fortunate that Renoa naturally has a really good strength stat, and as a result, she can benefit hugely from these passive boosts, because obviously they're boosting a percentage of an existing stat, and so how high the base stat is, they're going to benefit from it. So this was a nice combination, and so what we needed was for Renoa to have a nice plus 20% HP and a plus 60% strength. And with that, she basically had the same strength as Swarm already, with only 2 slots, which was really awesome. And so these two became a real powerful pair with over 140 strength each and 5,000 HP per group. But was it going to be enough against the Propagators? Let's find out. Okay, here we go. These guys are basically the same, so good to be one of them. So we're only going to show one right here. Let's have a look. How much damage? 2,500. This is what it looks like when we don't have that ridiculously high defense. It does hit us for 1,000, admittedly, that's beefy, but then for the critical is for 3,300 damage, and things are just looking completely different to how they were in the previous session, thanks to the passive GM abilities. So yes, you would have noticed that the Propagators did not have much HP, and that's because they were never which gives us 5,200 HP. So that means that for this particular section we are safe, and I don't need to show you guys anything else. As much as it is basically one of my favourite sections of the entire game, we need to move things on. So Swarm and Renoa take care of this in space, and then we come back down to Earth to continue the story. Okay, my friends, so once we return back, Renoa gets taken away temporarily, but we can go and get her back without too much issue. And now that we have her back, I decide to now go for a proper farming session, now that I have my strength plus 60 and everything prepped as well. And so before heading into the Lunatic Pandora and trying to complete this grade, I decided to try and get a few more items like upgrades and weapons to their highest possible level.
I thought the same.
I'll piss off.
Upgrades and weapons to their highest possible level. So there's a few highlight things I'm going to talk about here. Again, I'm not going to go through like the entire list and show everything fully. But basically, one of the things I did find was a tri-face, because that was an enemy that I needed to fight on Curse Spikes. And you can see in the background here, you can encounter them in the island closest to heaven, I believe it is. And even when sort of the level scaling and all that stuff, those are one of the few enemies they can still defeat on them. And so thankfully with my party that I set up and with the passive abilities that I have, I was able to defeat tri-faces, and that meant I had Curse Spikes at my disposal, and I could farm items. Aside from that guy, one of the interesting ones that I was kind of unsure about whether I could defeat or not, even with this kind of thing going on, was the T-Rex. Now, the T-Rex has an incredible amount of HP, but what it also has is a 1 in 3 chance of skipping a turn, and most of what it does is quite singular, and they're physical attacks. So if you can come in with some zombies, then you can really just kind of go to town on this guy. And even though he has massive HP, if you encounter a lower level variant, because it's a random encounter, you can encounter the lower level variant. It still has a mix of like 50, 60,000 HP in the lower variant, but you can definitely take it out it kills you. So T-Rex was kind of unexpected, but we were able to defeat it, and as a result, we're able to get Dino Bones, which are going to be used for a weapon upgrade as well. Other than that, we have an implement that you can encounter in Escon. This is a pretty easy enemy, no matter about this one, and they give you stones, so you can roll those. And so, of course, I also wanted a rematch with Adamantoise. Now that I was able to do that damage. So what I did for this fight was I swapped in Selfie, because she has the lowest level of any party member, and of course, as always, I'm trying my best to bring down the average level of fighting against. So if we do that, and we get the lower level variant of Adamantoise, it turns into a relatively easy fight, as long as you don't get really unlucky with like light spamming and like spamming. I tried like 2 or 3 separate times, and I was able to defeat it relatively consistently. And so finally, thanks to these passive abilities, we are able to obtain adamantium as well. Now the last ingredient that I'm going to talk about specifically is the chef's knife. I have access to cardboard, and I do have a Torberry card, which I got during my Triple Triad adventures, and as a result, I am able to card a chef's knife. And so let's have a look at some of these upgrades here as a result. At the moment at least, I would love to get an iron arm course, but I can't because I don't have pulse ammo right now, and I don't have a way to find it yet. But what I can do is obtain a punishment weapon, which gives me a plus 13 strength. As always with this stuff, in case it's not clear, I will add in just like some extra annotation stuff just so you know where I got these items from. But it was definitely really nice to be able to upgrade this way up to punishment. And then, other than that, thanks to being able to pick up those Dino Bones and the Moonstones, I was able to get an Exeter for Irvine as well, which is his best weapon. And so with that, I was able to get Swarm almost to his ultimate weapon. And for Irvine, I did have his ultimate weapon. Unfortunately, the one thing I wasn't able to attain were the energy crystals. I tried to fight an Elder Oil. I just could not defeat the Elder Oil, it was just way too powerful. I had, even despite my passive abilities and stuff, at this particular stage the shooting star was out of reach. For no reason I had to make do with the cardinal I had. But I also get plus 7 strands. And the final upgrade I made was of course for Cell. Now that we can get Adamantium, I was able to get the Nergite's weapon as well. And so that means that both Irvine and Cell have their ultimate weapons. And hopefully I will be able to get the line on later. And so from here, before I progress the story, there was one thing I wanted to get my hands on. And that was through an enemy that I never thought I would have to fight in this game. And that is, the reason we want to fight the food is because if we kill it, we get accelerators. And accelerators teach you auto haste. And so basically with those ingredients, I was ready to have a run at the limiting Pandora and see if I could get through. The final location of this screen, the lunatic Pandora. And we set things off with yet another fight against Raijin and Fujin. This time around, the level cap is 43, Raijin has 22,200 HP, and Fujin has 17,500, so that's about 40,000 combined. Let's see if our souped up characters here can just kind of whip these guys, if they're still going to prove them into power. My sets off at 600, that's not that much. And then Swarm comes in with 1,500, and Renella comes in with 1,000 as well. So we're doing it for about 3,000 damage every time, which is pretty good. So he hits hard, and he is picking on Irvine a bit here. Irvine, in that sense, because he does the least damage, he's also the most disposable here.
Oh, move. Fuck off, you're not getting anything.
My strategy here is like at this stage, 600 damage per hit is still quite valuable. And if this was attacking enough hits, it would probably be worth not having petrified and just contributing to receivers here. So, yeah, I mean, basically,
you've got Nerve coming in a second time. Piss off.
HP. And Fujin is not attacking very frequently, so I think Fujin has a chance of skipping too. I still wasn't checking the battle scripts at this point. But it's looking pretty good here. I mean, he's doing 800 damage and it'll be 400 to score for another, so it's not really a big deal yet. Now, well, honestly, if Fujin was using moves like Tornado and stuff, then things would be potentially very different, because our magic
Really?
obviously is not that great. But thankfully, she's using Zap, and as a result, it's really helping them very much. So this was a way easier fight than one in basically, like, with this episode, this part of the game really made me realize that even if I found a way past the ladder, I think you could tell that I had really come to the end of the road here. Absolutely using that jump. I was like, okay, maybe I somehow can past the ladder, then be able to be beating those fights that happened previously. Was also basically zero. I failed to see how to beat those guys because also they're coming with the same levels. They're mandatory fights. They are not level capped, and I will be doing way less damage on them. As a result, I hit basically towards the end point one way or another. Even if I beat the ladder, then it would just would have been basically the new crazy thing. And so this 3 was very much the part of the game where I was like, okay, this is too much, you cannot maintain the no matter what kind of orange or it just but now that we have used our passive
Have you not got the memo yet? Fuck off.
and setting up a showdown with Cypher and Fidel. Now this battle was cool because it gave us 3 strength ups, and that's a really nice roll. It's quite rare to get 3 of them. I think the most you can get is potentially over that here. But basically these obviously go straight to small once again. And so this was definitely a really nice roll. Strength ups, and that's a really nice roll. It's quite rare to get 3 of them. I think the most you can get is potentially over that here. But basically these obviously go straight to small once again. And so this was definitely a really nice roll. Now, the lunatic Pandora as a location is quite interesting. I didn't want to just run away from every random encounter here, like especially when we go to new areas. And so when Elnor popped up, I was like, oh shit, like, what am I going to do here? This is a problem. I did run away. Oops, I let myself do that. But eventually I kind of realized that, oh shit, everything on the lunatic Pandora is a level 1 version of this. So for these like hardcore enemies like the Oil and the Behemoth that's just appeared, it doesn't mean they can kind of kill it yet, but they are so kind of inferior to their mid/high-tier versions that if you're really doing to fight your way through here, let's say you have like a no escape particular challenge, it's definitely doable because you don't fight anything beyond the level 1 versions of the enemies in here. And so with that, we are going to head to the final boss battle that I will show in this particular episode, and that is against Mobile Titan 8. And so against this guy, on my first attempt, I didn't quite know what to expect, and I got hit with some pretty problematic stuff, so I'm going to skip the first attempt. It did not go too well. I'm going to show you the second attempt, in which I ended up being able to win. Because it was quite a tough fight, but definitely doable. So let's get into it and see how it's going. And so for the second attempt, I made a few adjustments. I dropped the winter haste to small. I figured he's going to get counterattacked every time anyway, so I might as well do as much damage as I can with receiving the counterattack. And so that's why I took the winter haste off, and I put extra strength plus 20 into him. And right now, I decided to put a spirit plus 47. Maybe that helps reduce the damage from the counterattack to a sufficient degree to make it worthwhile. So I gave it a second go after making a couple of little adjustments. Let's see how it went. Okay, here we go, round 2. Now, from the first attempt, I learned a few things. I learned to not attack the probes because you don't do any damage anyway. And so this time, I was fully focused on the main body here. Even after, obviously, it does the whole, like, releasing the probes or whatever, it's going to be me making sure that I focus on the main body. Didn't get Agile Rush this time. 3,000 extra damage there. Agile Rush is one of those things where I've said it, like, I personally don't like it, and if it's a different space for the fight, I prefer not to consider it or use it. But obviously there's the whole argument that it's also a passive ability. I mean, it's not something I can control, so why would you not use it? And so that's also very fair. It's just a completely, like, personal thing, how you want to treat it, really. And so, for me at least, I think this is another one of those fights where you can basically win without using it. But, you know, it did definitely help, but it's definitely doable. So this is the stage of the fight that's critical. Basically, Swarm needs to be the one that stays alive the longest, and he does. So you can see, I mean, it's totally fine. If you had 3,000 less damage, I think Swarm would have been done like one more attack at least to be able to do it. And so that was one of type 8. And the Eagle Eye amongst you would have noticed that it dropped something to the laser cannon. And that is exactly what I needed to make Swarms fire the rocket. So this actually worked out really, really perfectly. And so the final thing I will mention in this episode is that I used those laser cannons, and with that I was able to basically procure all of the individual items that I needed in order to get the pulse ammo and get Swarms fired on. So that's where I'm going to end this particular episode. It began on a bit of a downer because of course Abaddon put an end to the absolutely no junction version of the run, which was a shame. But from there, once we started to use our passive abilities and card mod and that kind of thing, then things started to round back up again, and we are marching towards the end of Disc 3, and by extension, towards the end of the game. So I will see you guys soon for the next episode, in which we are going to fight Cypher and Adele and try to get onto Disc 4. And once we get onto Disc 4, the only thing that stands between us and the ending of the game is to get through Artemisia Castle and fight Artemisia herself. So we are almost there, my friends. It's been a really, really fun journey. I am looking forward to sharing what could potentially be the final episode with you guys. The next one, as always, early access is going to be available on Patreon alongside some other perks, and I would appreciate anyone who hasn't checked it out already to have a look on there, because it supports the channel in a huge way and helps me to continue to make these wacky projects for you guys to enjoy on the channel. And so with that, I'm going to wrap things up. I'm really looking forward to sharing the finale of the challenge with you, and then move on to whatever we're going to get into next on the channel when it comes to this type of channel material. So I'll see you soon. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Please remember to drop that like on this video if you haven't already, and I will see you next one. How's it going? It's Burke, aka Nazway here, and welcome back to the Final Fantasy VIII Attack Only. added on top to try and make it as interesting as possible, and thanks to that I have learned a ton about the game. And still, despite the fact that we have started to allow some things in the challenge, it's still very much a challenge, as you're going to see, and there's some very epic fights still to come. So I hope you guys are continuing to enjoy it. If you are, please remember to drop that like and continue to show your love for the series. And with that, let's move on to the next episode and find out what happened next in the Final Fantasy VIII Attack Only Challenge. Okay, my friends, we find ourselves at the point of no return, basically, for some things in the game. If we proceed forward from here after beating Mobile Type 8 and fight Cypher, then we basically conclude Disc 3 and move on to the Adele fight, which is on Disc 4. Now, I always thought the Adele fight was Disc 3 as well, like going back, but no, like this is basically the point of no return. And if there are certain things that you need to do that you cannot do in Disc 4, this is your final chance to do them while you have the Ragnarok and the world is in the state that it's in. And so, as I showed at the end of the last session, this was the point at which I turned back and I refilled the Adamantoids now that I have my passive abilities from the GFs, and with that I was able to win. And that was one of the final pieces I needed, along with the cannons that I got from Mobile Type 8 to give Squall his Lionheart. So that's one thing I did, already mentioned. That said, there were still a couple of things that I couldn't do, like for example, there was stuff like energy crystals, and all of the enemies that have energy crystals, at this stage I still couldn't beat them, so stuff like Elnoil and Ruby Dragon and that kind of thing, they were just kind of out of reach for me. And so there were still some weapons that I couldn't quite get to at this point. So basically, other than getting the Lionheart, I wasn't able to make any more upgrades, but I headed back in for the fight against Cypher, got my zombies and stuff prepared, and let's see how this first attempt went against our old nemesis. Alrighty, let's go. Cypher is level 45, capped at level 45, and has 34,500 HP. So I've got a couple of zombies here, and Irvine is not in zombie. We'll just see if this particular setup is enough to get the win. 497, and Angelo rushed immediately for 1,500 in reply. So the damage that he's doing is okay. I mean, since it's a one-on-one fight, and it's not like a back-to-back like Adele, we don't have to, like, we could heal in between this fight and fighting Adele. We just need to basically get the win and survive, and so that's the main priority here. But you can see, I mean, especially Squall, like 2,000 damage per hit, and then Renoa coming in with 1,000, so, you know, it's definitely good damage, but as you can see, someone who doesn't have zombie is taking a lot of damage, especially on a critical like that. So he still hits it very hard. And as I've been saying all along, like Disc 3 is where things really ramp up. Like these kinds of battles, without any passive abilities, I think like the challenge was well and truly done. Abaddon, like it really was the absolute stopping off point for the no junction version. Like, the more I watch back all of the stuff I did afterwards, I just look back and think, could I have done this with absolutely no junctioning? And the answer is like, in my head at least, it's always like, absolutely not. But finally, he turns his attention to his old friend. But 1,100 is definitely, like, not too bad. We can live with that. And we're racking up the damage pretty fast, thanks to the auto haste that we have for Squall as well, which we got from the accelerator that we got from Poo Poo. There will be more auto haste coming soon. But for now, I just want to, again, just push forward with what I had and just basically get to Adele as soon as possible and attempt the fight and basically see what we're dealing with. So I've moved things forward a couple of minutes. This was taking quite a while, and I was not playing on high speed just to make sure I could track everything as I was going along. But in general, I mean, it's tight. It's not an easy win by any means, but there you go. You can still get the job done. And Squall still had a relatively high amount of HP left, and so I would say it was a relatively safe win still, even if it wasn't easy. So there we go. Cypher has been defeated, and with that, we basically complete Disc 3. So from here on, we have the cutscene. Renoa gets taken away from the party, which was really frustrating for me because I totally forgot that this was how it happened. And then I was like, shit, we have to face off against the most difficult boss we've had yet without our best strength person in the party. And so I was definitely a bit concerned about that. HP plus 20 where possible, and a bit of auto haste as well when we can. So I'm just having a look through here, seeing if I have anything else that could potentially be useful. I do have this force armlet that I thought maybe at the end of the day we're facing something with a lot of magic power. It might be worth using potentially. And so I decided to swap the HP plus 20 with the spirit plus 40. I thought maybe it makes a bit of a difference, who knows. And with that, basically that's all I had. And I was going to go into the battle and see what I could do. Definitely was not expecting to win, but Squall I thought also just had too low HP. I mean, he had a decent chunk, but for me it wasn't enough. So I basically gave everybody full health. I thought we're dealing with a spellcaster here that doesn't do physical damage, so I don't really need to be in zombie status here. That was the assumption. And so let's go in with this setup and see how we did. Alright, let's do it. Adele is level 46 and has a whopping 50,000 HP. My first concern was the fact that obviously Rinoa is kind of bound to her. And is she going to survive having her HP consistently drained? Basically, can we do the damage in time? If we can't do the damage in time, there's kind of not that much we can do. We can kind of do things to maybe defend ourselves a little better. But in terms of our damage output, I think it's not like we can't move the needle too far. So here comes the first absorption. And it's 766 HP, and then in with a meteor. So these are all like the big boy spells. So not only is Rinoa on a ticking clock, we are facing some very powerful magic here. So all of the odds are stacked against us. We've got 50,000 HP to take out before Rinoa dies. So I'm trying to not die from this monster of powerful magic. 674, 711, and 2,000. Thankfully, small 2,000 here is pretty good. But there's a second absorption. 746. Thankfully, I was basically starting to compare what I was seeing with the damage versus like the rate at which Rinoa is dying, and it seemed to me like it didn't seem to be like the issue. Basically, I thought Rinoa would die more quickly than she does, but she can sustain in the fight for longer than I thought, and so in the end, it turned out to not be the main issue. So Rinoa will stay alive for long enough, but we have bigger problems, which you're definitely going to see as we continue on. So Energy Bomber comes in. Now this move I had no idea, like I assumed it's magic like everything else. So in it comes 1,600 damage that I could not obviously mitigate at this point. Obviously needed some good critical action here to help me out. So the damage isn't too bad. I mean, Cypher was 34,500 and we managed to take him out. Okay. Another 15,000 HP. I mean, at the end of the day, Squall I think is doing a bit more damage to Adele than he was doing to Cypher. But it's all, you know, with some criticals, with some skip turns. Adele can skip turns for the record. It's not super common, but it can happen, as you see. Like that was a turn skip sequence there. So there is a little bit of scope here for some turn skipping RNG as well. But then Quake comes in. Now, check the damage. These guys do not have very good magic defense. And yeah, 2,000 all round to everybody. And so at this stage I was still quite far off. I think I had about 18,000 HP left. And so after a certain number of turns, the magical powers get concentrated, and if you don't kill Adele in the next few turns, you are going to see a spell that you're not going to like. There it is, Ultimate. So even Quake was doing 2,000 damage to everybody, and so you can imagine what's going to happen when Ultimate comes in. So as I say, I think I was about 17,000, 18,000 HP left on this first attempt. And so it was kind of like, again, I thought 17,000 is still quite a lot. Like I'd need a lot more hits than that. And the chances of doing all of that extra damage before dying and before Ultimate comes in, it kind of felt like it might be a bit too much of a push. So for this one, I decided against going for like a sort of, let's just kind of grind the RNG and see what happens and try to fight 50 times and see if you can do it kind of thing. So I left it at that for now. And I decided to make some more preparations. And so from here on, It's going to be, again, very abridged. I'm not going to show every single thing here, but I'm going to give you a general idea of some of the main things that I did and use a little bit of background footage to kind of help you guys along the way. Seeing that battle play out, there were two obviously immediate things that I noticed. One was that I need to see if I can do more damage, and two, is there a way to mitigate the damage from these spells? The first way, there wasn't really too much I could do in terms of giving myself more strength. Like, I'm kind of, at this stage, I'm pushing the limit of how much damage I can do with passive stuff only. And so I thought, the only way I can do that is to basically get more turns. And so instead of trying to get stronger, I thought I need to get auto haste on everybody in order to be able to make this happen. And so one of the first things I did was to go card hunting. And I got the Kyros card. And if you get the Kyros card and you use card mod, you end up with 3 more accelerators. And so I used a couple more of those accelerators to give basically all 3 of my party members the opportunity to use auto haste once they junction with a GF. And so that was one of the first things I did. We made sure we had auto haste under our belts for the upcoming fights. So that's the first one. And so once I picked up the auto haste, then I had a thought. I thought, what if I was actually able to beat Diablos now? Because one of the things I was also kind of lacking and lamenting was the fact that I didn't have that many quote-unquote accessory slots or passive GF slots in order to attach abilities. And so one thing that I did know was that if I could beat Diablos, I can get 1 more GF to junction, and this particular GF can offer 3 ability slots as standard. And so as we have a growing list of passive abilities that we can use, from like HP boosts to potentially auto shell to auto haste and all of that kind of stuff, I thought, well, I need something that has more spots. And so I decided to go back and try to defeat Diablos. So let's have a look at that one, because Diablos ended up being an incredibly annoying fight. I'll show you guys the first attempt here, just so you can see how it went. And then I'll probably show you the last one, because I must have spent like at least maybe an hour and a half fighting Diablos over and over and over again, because he fell into that annoying category of, once I felt like I had the setup I wanted, it was just RNG that I needed to win. Like, I was close enough that there wasn't too much more I needed to do. So let's have a look at this particular boss here. You've seen me fight it once before, and with that I was nowhere near, but this time I have a bit more of a chance of actually beating Diablos. So we'll see how this goes. Most of what he does is gravity magic, and that's the reason why you have a chance. If you get lucky, he goes on extended runs where he only uses gravity damage, which can't kill you. And so his whole game is basically to wear you down using gravity damage, and then once you're below like a certain HP threshold, he will just come in and absolutely batter you with that physical attack. He literally has no other physical attack and no other, I think, magic attack that does any damage to you. That's like not percentage based. And so Diablos in that sense is quite a weird fight. But you can see, I mean, my damage output is a lot higher than it used to be. And so I thought to myself, if I can do this much damage to Diablos, and he doesn't have like a crazy amount of HP, I think it's around like the 60, 70,000 mark. I'll put the annotation in as I'm kind of editing the video. I'll look up the proper numbers. But basically, it was within that sort of range where I thought, you know what, I think this is kind of doable. And what you're also seeing is that he does a ton of damage. But what I can do is enter this fight with zombies. So I thought, if I can do this much damage, have zombies involved as well, I thought maybe if I start playing these kind of games and I attempt this enough, I might be able to actually beat Diablos. So that's the general idea I had. There was a whole like mix of things that you could do, really. You could obviously have zombies to reduce the physical damage. You could also opt for petrified characters that could kind of draw the fire a little bit, because obviously that physical attack, it can still target a petrified character, but they're going to take 0 damage, so they could be a nice shield for you. You could also try and potentially swap in some different party members to see if you can get a lower average level to bring down Diablos' level. And so over the course of maybe a couple of hours or something like that, I was fighting Diablos over and over again. And there were literally 2 occasions, I think, where I was a single attack away from defeating it, and both times it did something that, let's just say, for example, if it didn't use the physical attack, I would have won. So it could have used Idemi, it could have used Ravija, and it chose to use a physical attack instead, and it killed me. That happened at least twice, and so he ended up being an absolute menace. Like, it was so tantalizingly close. I must have had at least about 8 attempts where I got him below like 10,000 HP, and I just kept dying right before I crossed the line, and so he was super annoying. I was having a difficult time with Diabolos, and I decided to do something that would improve my odds, and something that was basically going to carry over into future battles as well. And once again, this meant playing some cards. So I played some more cards, and I ended up getting the Carbuncle card. And so what you can do with Carbuncle is basically use Card Mod to modify the card into 3 glow curtains. And if you use these glow curtains, you can teach your GFs the auto-reflect ability. And so I figured I'm going to be facing off against Adele, who does have some spells at least that you can reflect. And I thought for Diabolos as well, maybe at least Demian stuff, or like Ruvidra, or maybe some of that stuff I can reflect. So it's a good idea to